Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 RCP Network Gathering. I'm Bill Labick, Senior Conservationist with Hysted and Coordinator of the RCP Network. On behalf of our whole team, we're just so excited to have you all here. We actually heard this morning we have 433 people registered. And so I think that just shows us the interest in land justice the subject is really resonating with all of you. So before I cover some appreciations and some logistics, I have a couple of things I'd like to acknowledge first. As we kick off our first gathering focused on land justice, as such, you think this would be the perfect time for us to announce or share a formal land acknowledgement. And while we do acknowledge all the people who have lived and used the land before us, we feel that we haven't yet done the work necessary as an organization to be able to share with you a formal land acknowledgement, especially one that addresses injustice. We view this gathering as part of our beginning steps towards understanding past and current injustices. It's part of our path towards becoming an authentically welcoming and just organization that includes understanding our place on the land. And like we'll build on what we learned today and take it with us year by year with the help and build off of it year by year. And we'll do so with the help of people who can guide us along the way. I also want to acknowledge that we're living in exciting times. It's been amazing to watch this country, with the support of the wider conservation community, prioritize funding for land conservation. Last year, we had the full funding of the Land and Water Conservation Fund. That's $900 million per year, which is really amazing. This year, we had the passage of the infrastructure bill, and hopefully soon we'll have passage of the Build Back Better framework within the reconciliation bill. And all this means is billions of dollars of funding for land conservation, for really meeting communities' basic needs like access to nature, clean water, locally grown food, and regionally grown wood products, as well as the ability to mitigate and adapt and withstand impacts from climate change. And recently with COP26, we saw nations collaborate to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and deforestation. And I think these are basically pinch me, am I dreaming levels of success. Honestly, I did not expect to be here with this level of success. It presents us opportunities. It also shows us what can be accomplished with collaboration, people working together under a common vision for what needs to happen in the future. And I think we can use that as an example of what we can do together to address other societal issues that relate to conservation, like land justice. The next item on the agenda is to extend thanks and appreciation to just a few of those who've been instrumental in bringing us together today. First, let's thank Hysted for continuing to support the RCP network and providing the resources to make this event possible. And here are a few people from our production team. First, Diane Russell with the Institute for Conservation Leadership. Next, we have Jean Ammermuller, Katie Blake, Jody Kalogi, Jenny Fuller, Fiona Lunt, and Tawasrid Vaughn. And I'll mention that Jenny Fuller was the chief architect of our story map. And I'll just point to that as if you're interested in learning more about RCPs and the RCP network. We're not going to be covering a lot of that during this gathering this year like we have in the past. So I'd really encourage you to dig deeply into that story map to learn more about RCPs and the RCP network. I'd also like to thank the 5 networks that have joined us this year to help develop the agenda, help extend our reach and our perspective on land justice. These include the Northeast Forest Network, the Conservation Finance Network in New England, Food Solutions New England, Academics for Land Protection in New England, and of course, the Regional Conservation Partnership Network. I'd also like to thank all the speakers, the keynote speaker, our moderators and panelists, as well as all of you who've come here to share and learn. Now I'm going to share with you a couple of word clouds we've taken from registration, just to give you a sense of who's here. And this is Katie and Diane will add a little bit more color to this later in a few minutes. But for now, this represents your affiliations. And usually in the gathering, we really like to see people mixed together who care about land, but from different perspectives. And I think we have that here, but clearly we have a lot of people from the land trust community, which is great, especially for this focus on land justice, for this gathering, but also many RCPs, the primary partner or members of RCPs are land trusts. But I think you can also see in this word cloud specific names of organizations. And what that tells you is that there's some groups that send quite a few staff here. And I think that's something we appreciate, we really value and honor. The next word cloud looks at positions within the organization. And I think where this particular gathering stands apart from previous ones is that today there are many people in executive leadership positions within organizations in attendance. And that's very different from previous gatherings. And I think, again, that says a lot about your interest in land justice, that it's something that resonates throughout the entire organization. And no matter your affiliation or position, we hope that you'll engage freely today, however you feel most comfortable. Our day has certainly been structured to enable you many opportunities to engage with each other and share your thoughts and ideas. One of the ways that we can do this is through Padlet, and there's a link in the chat box. Really encourage you to post information, your work, ideas here throughout the day. It's moderated, so it's a safe space. We've identified three outcomes for today, and they really speak to your personal experience. We're hoping that each person here experiences meaningful engagement with people and ideas, that you gain awareness of land justice and its relationship with environmental justice, land planning, development, and conservation, part of that more complex land system that conservation is a part of. And that you're able to identify actions that you yourself can take, that your organization can take, your RCP network of networks. As we've discussed with moderators and speakers along the way, who are wondering, what is this gathering? How this focus on land justice, is this something that is a one-off? Is it something that you'll, drop the next day? And we assure them, no, that it's not. That actually this is the beginning. This is something that we're building on for the next 10 years towards 2030 and beyond. After today, we know that many of us will advance collaborative conservation in many ways. And we hope that those ways will increasingly include a focus on land justice in where, how, and with whom we work. And what's inspiring to me, as I think we said early on, is that we don't have the answers. We have questions just like you do, but that we can be on this journey together, right? Part of a larger network, but we're also within our organizations, we can take that journey, within RCPs and the network of networks. And we have the opportunity to kind of increase our impact by combining that urgency we feel for land conservation with land justice. We can also take heed of what we learned from last year's gathering, which in terms of telling us how can RCPs increase the resilience of communities and regions, what we heard was that we need to use the convening power of RCPs more. We need to be better listeners, conduits and connectors. And in so doing, we can do what we are also encouraged to do is embrace complexity. Reach out and engage the groups that don't have power, help connect them with funders, for example. And in so doing, we can reflect the needs, the lifeways, and visions of more communities, especially new partners and new voices. Like in an RCP and all of us here in the gathering, we represent a wide variety of organizations and agencies. and also places along this journey. And we hope that each of you finds something of value in our program. And to that end, we've introduced a code of conduct. The link is in the chat. And this is meant to remind us how to engage respectfully with each other. If any of you have any questions or concerns or find that this program is difficult in any way, shape, or form, we hope that you would reach out to myself or to Katie Blake directly using the chat box. Now, we know that we respect the fact that all of you have become pros at Zoom over the last year and a half, but I'd like to share a few specific instructions for this meeting. Be sure your Zoom name is updated. If you need, you can rename yourself by clicking the three dots in the upper right-hand corner of your video box. When you hit or select rename, you can add your pronouns and organization after your name if you'd like. We'd also welcome you to use the Zoom chat throughout the meeting. Through the gathering, you can post comments, questions, etc. If you participate by contributing to the conversation in and out of breakout groups, please double check that you're unmuted and keep your video on as much as possible. We're also pleased to, like previous years, offer Society of American Foresters continuing education credits for attendance at the gathering, but you must stay to the end to access the Google assignment sheets. And last but not least, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Katie Blake, conservationist with Hysted, and Diane Russell with the Institute for Conservation Leadership. It's going to walk you through the following section, a networking portion of our gathering. And thanks very much.
Hi, Diane.
Hey, Katie.
Well, and welcome everyone. And thank you again for tuning in. For those who are just joining, Bill mentioned earlier, we had 433 registrants. So we have a very sizable group here today. And as best as we can in the virtual realm, we want you to learn about who else is here sort of during this network and connecting time. And we know from the registration, and you can see a map here, that you're calling in from across the US with, of course, given our regional focus here in the Northeast, a concentration in the Northeast New England area. In just a minute, I'm going to turn it over to Diane, who's going to review an application called Mentimeter that we're going to be using throughout the day today as a really fun and engaging tool. And in this section, learn a little bit more about who is here today. So, Diane.
Thanks, Katie. And good morning, everyone. It's delightful to be with so many wonderful leaders who want to dive in with us on land justice. And I'll just say for the Institute for Conservation Leadership, this is such an honor to be able to work with Hysted and be part of this team to pull everyone together for this gathering. We are going to be using a program today. This is an application that you can get to either on a phone, a tablet, or the browser on your computer. It's called Mentimeter, and there are 3 ways to get there. You can go to the browser and type in menti.com and then use this code. And in a minute, I'm going to switch to the live Mentimeter screen. This code will always be there at the top along with this browser name. You can also click the link that will be dropped into the chat, and that's an easy way to get to it. But I will say one of my favorite ways is to just use my phone or a tablet. The QR code might help you with that. And you might want to just keep that open because we'll be coming back to it throughout the gathering. All right, so those are 3 ways. I think that will be dropped in the chat in just a second. And I'm going to go to the live Mentimeter screen. Many of you are there already. And we'll see where you're from. And I'll turn things over to you, Katie.
Great. Thanks, Diane. All right, Massachusetts looking like it's pulling ahead, the Bay State. For those checking other, please feel free to drop in where your other is into the chat if you so are so inclined. Looks like a lot of representation. Some folks out in Connecticut. That's where I'm calling in from today. So hello, fellow Connecticut residents. I'm sprinkling across the other Northeast states. We've got Michigan, Ohio. Awesome. Again, any others who are checking other, let us know where you're from. British Columbia, all right. Pennsylvania. This is great. And I know people are going to keep, as people join, if anyone has just joined, check the chat for access to Menti, or again, on this slide here, you can get to this poll. We're going to have a few questions. The URL and the code are at the top of each slide that we're going to see here. So yeah, it looks like Massachusetts. A lot of representation there. That's where I'm from originally. So it's nice to see. All right, I know we have a few more questions queued up, so we can keep learning about who is here. And this is, what type of group do you primarily work with? And again, we offer some sectors here. Nonprofit out of the gates in the lead. So far, that's great. I'm not surprised given our audience. I had a peek at the registration. Again, if you are typing other, throw that into the chat, but it doesn't look like anybody has other. This is awesome. Our nonprofit staff, and I'm sure many of you here are also affiliated with a network or collaboration outside of your organization. So it looked like nonprofit was really pulling ahead. Hopefully folks had a chance to answer that question. I know we have a couple others queued up here as well, but we can peek at that last one to see. Oh, there we go. Okay. So sort of in a short answer, why are you participating in the RCP gathering today? For many of you who have been here from the beginning, this is our 12th gathering, and many of you have been here for all 12. I definitely want to extend a special welcome to those who are attending for the first time. This is great and a very intentional part of our gathering and our working with different networks to connect with people outside of our conservation world. So thank you for joining us. And yeah, learning. I think we're all here to learn today, absolutely, and to network. I really hope that we can build some really meaningful relationships with each other and to connect. Yeah, learning is staying right front and center there. That's great. Community, collaborating. Absolutely. That's our goal. That's our main goal for today. All of this. I can't read the really small words, but I see land justice. I see collaboration. This is awesome. I love word clouds. Thanks, Diane. And I think we have a couple more. So we can learn more, share your name, your organization, and in a sentence, what do you most want others to know about your work? I think if you're like me, you probably missed the days of asking a colleague or friend to introduce you to somebody, sort of when you would meet in person and have a handshake to network with someone you've been wanting to meet, or with someone's work who aligns with your own. And so what you share here, all of these results, by the way, will be shared after the gathering so that you can continue to read about what everyone's saying and who's here as well. I know that because we have a big audience and people are still joining, you may not be able to get to read everything, of course. And again, really hope that you have some time. We're going to have great breakout room activities and opportunities for you to really connect with each other in a smaller atmosphere. I'm seeing supporting community-held farmland. There's passion for collaborating with municipal leadership. Looking for better outcomes for nature and people, absolutely. Looking for that special niche that small land trusts hold and their role in this topic. Fighting climate change, absolutely. Please keep the responses coming. And again, for anyone who is just joining and seeing the screen, there's a URL, www.menti.com at the top of this slide, and a code you can enter to access this question and to contribute. This is just awesome. One person's action is powerful. I totally agree. That's great. Bird conservation, yes. Hello, fellow birders out there. Connecting land and people. Yeah, that's going to be a very common theme throughout our day today. So I encourage you to continue writing, but maybe Diane, if you're looking, we can pause for a minute if people are still putting their responses in. I know we have one final question for you all. We have a few minutes, so keep those responses coming. Working with diverse groups to get more people under the tent. Yep. Under the tent, at the table, building a new table together, possibly. Working regionally to improve the environment and plan for the future. That's what's so special about regional conservation partnerships, is their ability to work regionally, as you know. All right. I think we have one final question. And that is, what are you most curious to learn about during the gathering today? Give me some time to contemplate that. And I'll share, and Bill mentioned some of this, that when we began formulating our plans for this year's gathering, we really tried to ground ourselves in the understanding that we're not the experts. We, like many of you, are on a journey to better understand the true definition of land justice, and through the lens of those who have lived it, who have studied it, and are making steps to change the way people of color, Indigenous people, and others who have been marginalized access and benefit from the land. And we have our keynote in just a few minutes, and two panels that are really gonna dig in to this topic of land justice. Land justice next steps. So that really summarizes both panels, where we're going to be hearing from panelists from different communities talking about what land justice is. And in our second panel, what are those practical steps, approaches? What can I do within my RCP, within my network, within my organization, some next steps that I can make and do. Again, I'm seeing possible next steps, absolutely. And you'll have a time in these breakout groups to consider what land justice means to you and what you're seeing that's working, because we want to hear from you. We will be a large group today, but again, we're hoping in these smaller groups of 5 or 6 people that you can really dive in, get to know others, and to talk about this together. Building partnerships for land justice. I'm seeing that coming through as a theme with what people are writing. Absolutely. Another major goal for our event today. And how to implement those land justice principles. Yeah, I think are going to hear throughout both panels, and certainly I think in our second panel as well. This has been great. Practical solutions. This is awesome. Thank you all for sharing. This has really helped me get to know you more. And I really hope that you can continue to make meaningful connections throughout the day today. You're going to get a few chances to use Mentimeter. I know you're going to fall in love with it because I totally have. And so this is really just a warm up. And I do want to move us to the next item in our program, our keynote speaker. Diane, thank you for being the mentee master.
Of course. Yeah, I think the thing that I was just really appreciating is people who want to go and do, but also people who really want to be here and sit with others and learn and absorb, so that what we go and do has meaning and can have the most impact. So yeah, terrific input, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker, Parker McMullen Bushman. I had the great fortune of meeting Parker back in 2014. We were both Toyota Together Green Fellows, which is a program of National Audubon Society and Toyota, and founded in 2008, and meant to foster and invest in conservation pioneers and ideas that impact the environment on a national scale. And it's been inspiring to follow one such pioneer in her career since that fellowship, and to welcome her here to the virtual stage today. Parker McMullen Bushman is Chief Operating Officer of Inclusive Journeys, a company that creates data-driven economic incentives for more inclusive businesses. She's also the founder of Eco-Inclusive Strategies, which provides training and resources for nonprofit, cultural, and environmental organizations. Parker is a dynamic facilitator and human who engages organizations in new thinking around what it means to be a diversity change agent and to create that dynamic organizational change. Parker's background in the nonprofit leadership, conservation, environmental education, and outdoor recreation fields spans over 24 years. Parker has a passion for equity and inclusion in the outdoors. Her interests in justice, accessibility, and equity issues develop from her personal experiences facing unequal representation of people of color in environmental organizations and in green spaces. Parker has a Master's of Natural Resources from the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point, with a focus in interpretation and environmental education. She leads several committees that focus on diversity in environmental fields, and also serves as a presenter and trainer on diversity issues. Parker, it's an honor, and thank you so much for joining us, and I will let you take it away.
I am so excited to be here this morning. Thank you so much. And I am thankful, we've gotten lots of things that we don't like from the COVID-19 pandemic. But one thing that I do like is the ability to be beamed into all of your homes. And I didn't even have to get on a flight to be here. So I'm really excited. And for today's topic, talking about environmental legacy, justice, how it ties into the land and all of these kind of bigger topics. So I'm going to dive right in. Again, my name is Parker McMullen Bushman. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am coming to you from the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Ute nations and people here in Colorado. I thank you, Katie, for the amazing introduction. I like to tell people that I wear a number of different head wraps. I don't say hats. I wear a number of different head wraps. And so I have the ability, I am really honored to work in a lot of different organizations as the founder of Eco Inclusive and the COO and co-founder of Inclusive Journeys. In addition to all of those different hats that I wear, though, I also have a family. And me and my husband are both environmental educators at heart. And it's really important for us to get our kids into the outdoors. We love nature so much that we named our kids after trees. So we have cypress, cedar, and conifer, and they are our three little saplings. In my 24-year career in environmental education, natural resources, land management, and conservation, I've had the opportunity to work all over the United States, and it really has been a pleasure to work in a variety of different organizations and in different capacities. However, along the way, people have often asked me, how did you get here, Parker? And they were often wondering, how did I, as a woman of color, make it into a field where there aren't a whole lot of people that look like me? And it wasn't a silly question, because I often worked on teams like this where I was the only person of color. And I started to wonder myself, because my path into this career was not a straight shot. And my experiences, how I came to the outdoors, were often very different than the experiences of my colleagues who had maybe had parents that took them camping or hiking when they were kids, who let them know that this was a career opportunity, which I had no idea really until I got older. So I had to do my own journey of connection to this work. I always tell people that my love of the environment and the outdoors came from this woman. This was my mother, Judy McMullen. She grew up in Charleston, South Carolina, on an island called James Island, grew up running around barefoot in a piece of land sandwiched between two pieces of marsh. And she decided, though, when she got older, that she was going to move to the Bronx. And it was a very different environment. Once in the Bronx, she met my dad. They got married. They had 3 kids, and they proceeded to raise us in a very urban environment. And so I never had anyone, I never visited a national park until I was much older. I never even knew about concepts of land management and protection. However, even growing up in that area and not having those formal words said to me, I had a connection to the land. I had a connection to my neighborhood. My dad, I climbed trees even as a kid. I did picnics on the ground even as a kid. I would walk for miles with my father collecting aluminum cans, because back in the day you could collect them and turn them in for money, 5 cents a can. And so we would walk around with a shopping cart collecting these cans. And I noticed the environment around me. I noticed that in my neighborhood, the cans were on the ground and you would just pick them up off the ground, but and there was other trash there. But in nicer neighborhoods, the cans were in trash cans and you'd have to dig through the trash cans to get the aluminum cans out. And I started to ask my parents about this difference that I noticed in the neighborhood, and how we could get people to not throw trash on the ground. My parents, they didn't know what to tell me to do, but eventually I think they kind of get me off her back. My mom said, I don't know, why don't you write a letter to the New York Times? And I did. I typed up this letter when I was 9 on my dad's typewriter to the New York Times. I typed up several copies, took it to different newspapers. And you can see that a 9-year-old Black girl without any formal training, living in an urban, under-resourced environment, still very much cared for the land, very much cared for her environment. We often tell stories that people who grow up in these areas are disconnected, that they need us to come in and teach them to care about the land. But that isn't really the case. Oftentimes, though, there's a power dynamic that makes it very difficult for people to be able to advocate for themselves. I think there's also a disconnect between what people feel like are outdoor activities, that they feel connected to. I remember the first time I got to take my mom kayaking, which she took to, like she took to everything else. She loved it, but had never thought that she could do something like that. Like, it seemed like way too adventurous. And it also, to me, seemed that way growing up. You see, when I viewed the way that people utilized land and this outdoor recreation conversation, to me, I really thought growing up that those activities were not for me. I pictured people like this doing those activities. This is just a Google search of outdoor recreation. You can see the first few results on the page are, mostly folks who are white, a lot of solo activities. When I saw pictures like this, I did not have that immediate connection, even though you could see that I had, based on my letter, my conversations, a care, right? For me, there was a disconnect between those things and how my family utilized the outdoors. I never saw pictures of kids playing in the streets, waiting for someone to crack open a fire hydrant. I never saw pictures of church picnics as outdoor activities, so on and so forth. And even when things were similar, like my uncle fishing, it was definitely a different feel. My uncle on an upside down 5-gallon bucket down from a sign that says "Do not fish here," right? See, seemed in parallel to be different than this very majestic sunset photo of this fisherman. And so, I realized as I explored my own journey and looked at where I got in my career, that this disconnect between how people saw themselves in connection to the land, connection to conservation messages, was an issue. And so I went back to school. I got my master's in natural resources with that focus in environmental education and interpretation. And I studied community engagement and how do we help people connect to conservation messages, science messages in ways that are truly meaningful to them and impactful to them. And over the years, I've learned that social justice people are instrumental to this conversation about the environment and conservation. We often try to separate people from the land, people from the environment, and the needs of people from the environment, but they're actually very closely linked. Social justice and the environment go hand in hand, and we can't ignore the role that bias, history, all of these things, the role and the impact that they have in our conversation about land management, conservation, and sustainability. So we're going to go ahead and dive in, and I want to share with you some things. But first, I want to ask you a question. Why does justice matter when we talk about the environment? And you might say, well, Parker, that is why I came to your keynote this morning. But I would like to hear a little bit about your thoughts. So if you wouldn't mind getting into that chat and just typing in why you think, and it could be, I don't know, but why do you think justice matters when we talk about the environment? Thank you. And I love these coming through. Say justice matters, period. The haves in the world are not, and the have-nots don't always care for other people. The environment's for everyone, equal access for all. Healthy environment is meaningful if the benefits aren't for everyone. Justice matters, period. These are great. And you can keep them coming. You know, justice is a really important part of this conversation about the environment. And I want to dive in by talking about, the obvious, what is environmental justice? Oh, look, these two words conveniently put together, right? Environmental justice, the definition by the EPA is that it's the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people. And this is regardless of the different parts of their identity, whether it's race, color, their national origin, income, right? That everybody is fairly treated and has meaningful involvement, especially when it comes to the creation of laws and policies that affect the environment that people live in. Now, fair treatment, right, means that no one should bear a disproportionate share of any negative environmental consequences. So if there is an issue in the environment, right, we should someone said in the chat that if there are environmental benefits, everyone should be able to be rewarded from that. And on the other end, if there are negative environmental consequences, that should not be unequal between groups. And that really has been an important conversation, because justice matters when we think about the environment and deal with the environment, because the environment impacts everything. It impacts where we live, where we work, where we play, where we learn, where we worship. We often put a label on pristine natural spaces as being real nature, and we don't think about spaces in the city as being part of the environmental landscape. We don't think of urban environments as being part of the environmental landscape, but it all is. It all is a part of the environment. And that environment is impacted by the things that we do in those spaces, the things we allow to go on in those spaces. And so the environmental justice movement was founded because there was not this fair distribution, and people were seeing that and getting lots of information that showed that people's negative impacts of environmental issues were affecting some groups more than others. So people of color got together and said, we need to make a change. This is not sustainable. This is not fair. And so there's been a few different things that benchmark events that people have kind of said or recognized as the founding moments of the environmental justice movement. And one of them was a study that was done in Warren County, North Carolina. And those helped inspire two other studies around the nation that confirmed patterns of environmental injustice. And those studies, along with research done by Dr. Robert Bullard. Dr. Robert Bullard, still alive, still teaching in Texas, is known as the father of the environmental justice movement. And those studies showed that people of color were more likely to be in close proximity to factories, to landfills, and to other things that had negative environmental impacts. So much so, the studies showed that particularly Black people were more likely, and a middle-class Black person was more likely to live next to a landfill than a very poor white person, right? And so the first National People of Color Environmental Leadership Study Summit brought together over 300 people of color from all 50 states, and they developed something called the Principles of Environmental Justice. And there are 17 principles. They're so easy to find. So if you haven't seen them, you should definitely go online and take a look at them, because I think that they are good guidance for any organization that is looking to do work around justice and the environment. And so some of the principles says things like, environmental justice demands that public policy be based on mutual respect and justice for all people and free from any discrimination or bias. Environmental justice mandates the right to ethical, balanced, and responsible uses of land and renewable resources in the interest of a sustainable planet for humans and other living beings. That environmental justice demands the right to participate as an equal partner at every level of decision making, including needs assessments, planning, implementation, enforcement, and evaluation. And that environmental justice calls for the education of present and future generations with emphasis to their social and environmental issues, and that is based on their experience and an appreciation of their diverse cultural perspectives. So when you break it down, of these 17 principles, a lot of what's being talked about is, folks want to be in the room. People need to be able to be a part of decisions that are being made about the environment, about the land. Right? And that they need education that is that connects to them, inclusive communication that connects to their own cultural experiences. And so when we look at our organizations, we have to look from the bottom to the top and say, do we have people involved at all levels of our decision making, right? That's internally and externally. Not only do we bring communities in to talk with them about these issues and ask their opinion, but are they a part of our organizations? And, you know, if we've read the Green 2.0 report and reports that have come after, like leaking talent, we know that conservation-based orgs in the United States are not up to the level and not representative of our communities. We also have to really think about this, that no group should bear a disproportionate share of the negative consequences. And think about the way that that shows up, right? We have studies that show that we don't all breathe the same air, right? Depending on our race, right? People are exposed to more nitrogens, more pollutions, right? We even have studies that show that pollution, they did a study of the consumption of goods and followed products that were being purchased to where products were being created. And they showed that a lot of products that take a lot to make, take a lot of resources to make, are disproportionately purchased by white Americans. But where those products are produced and the environmental impacts of producing those products are disproportionately affected by Black and Brown Americans. So we have to look at those things. And when I see that, like, air is an essential function, right? We need air to survive. And I cannot stop putting together this environmental issues along with social justice issues. We hear that refrain of "I can't breathe," right? That came out of social justice, a lot of social justice movements, the first being Eric Garner. Eric Garner, who lived in New York, died at the hands of police. And he was, you know, everyone probably knows the story, but selling loose cigarettes and got picked up. Really large man, ended up on the ground with police on top of them, saying "I can't breathe," and ended up dying from the interaction. Eric Garner, in his autopsy, said that his heart disease and asthma were one of the contributing factors to his death, right? And to me, that's a double whammy. Eric Garner, growing up in New York, has one of the highest rates of asthma, right? And these negative environmental pollutants combined with social oppression, right? Environmental oppression combined with social oppression led to his death. And when people are saying "I can't breathe," they are saying I am lacking something essential for me to live, essential for me to move on, right? And so that also brings me back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Our physiological needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it was written in the 1940s by Abraham Maslow, and it was a theory of human motivation. Why do humans do the things that we do, right? And in this hierarchy, it says, you know, there are things that are important in our lives, and some things are more important than the others, and we will take care of certain needs before we will take care of other needs. So physiological needs are at the very bottom. They're the base of our pyramid: air, water, food, shelter. If someone does not have stability in their physiological needs, it is very difficult for them to move up to the next level. So we've got safety needs. So some people might do things that we deem to be unsafe because they are dealing with their physiological needs. So they might be sleeping under an overpass, right? Because they don't have shelter. And we might think that that's unsafe, but they're dealing with their base needs before they can move up. If you get a home, if you get security, employment, right? Once you deal with your physiological needs, you can move up to those safety needs. Then once you have safety needs, you want to feel that love and belonging, that intimacy, that family, that connection to your community. That's next. Then once you have those things, you can look out and say, oh, I not only, want those connections, but I want people to think well of me. I want to do well at my job. I want to have respect and self-esteem and status through my work, my community, whatever. I'm going to show that I am strong, dignity, yes. Then, only then at the very top do we get to self-actualization. And self-actualization is our ability to look outward past ourselves, to look into the future and say, I want to do something now that is going to leave a legacy. I want to do something now that's going to affect those that come after me, right? I want to do something better for my community. Self-actualization is at the very top. And for people who care about the planet and want to see want to solve big issues in the world, we have to understand that we are sometimes asking people to take care of the earth when their base physiological needs are not being taken care of. They cannot move their way up Maslow's hierarchy of needs to this self-actualization goal. Taking care of the planet is a self-actualization goal, right? What is not affecting me now, but going to affect others later is a self-actualization goal. And we are telling people that are saying, I can't breathe. I am oppressed by this system that I live in, and I can't think of tomorrow, let alone 100 years from now. Take care of the planet. And to me, that, that is one of the clearest links to this next statement that I'm going to share with you, and that is that racism is literally killing the planet. Because when we have spaces that we are turning away from and allowing things to happen, when we have groups of people who can live at the mercy of environmental issues and not like we're okay because it's happening to them, right? Not only do we have these negative environmental impacts going on, we have people dying from them, and we allow them to continue because once you have a population that is either undesirable or not held at the same level, then you can have spaces and land attached to that population that is not thought of and not cared for and not advocated for, right? So we have to have that conversation. Environmental justice is tied to the social justice movement that's become a part of the national conversation. When we examine racism and social inequities, we can't leave out things like environmental racism. Environmental racism is that inadequate distribution of environmental hazards that's based on race. And we see that and the environment becomes one more part of that institutional and structural racism that we are dealing with as a society. It's not only, physical structures. It's not only these institutions that we are dealing with, but it's also how the environment plays a part of that, a role in that is also another structure and institution. So we have to think about the legacy of racism, right, that we are still living with. And legacy racism, right, means that there are past institutions that leave current racial and ethnic groups at a disadvantaged social position, right? And we often, a lot of times we have these conversations, and, you know, I think folks want to be able to move forward, but we have to examine and deal with the past to move forward. And a lot of folks are confused, conflicted, because they're like, I ain't have nothing to do with that. Like, I didn't set up that institution, right? What can I do? But we have to be able to deal with it. So when we think about a legacy of racism, one example would be the lasting impacts of redlining, right? And redlining was done all over the United States. It was a practice endorsed by the government, by the Federal Housing Administration. They drew up maps of the major metropolitan areas around the country. And they had now illegal but discriminatory practices where mortgage lenders denied loans or insurance providers restricted services to certain areas of the community. So if you lived in an area, usually those communities, those areas were defined by race, right? And the goal was to stop the integration after segregation of certain neighborhoods. They were resegregating neighborhoods. They were cutting off opportunities in communities. So if you were white trying to get into a redlined neighborhood, you could be denied a loan, or the loan could have much worse implications and policies or whatever attached to the loan than if you were to buy in another area. If you wanted to make a business in that area, you might be denied a loan. If you were Black and you wanted to have a business in that area, you then got either outright deception, you got higher loan rates, you got really high prepayment penalties, right, which discourage people from taking out those loans. And so this policy ended up creating disinvestment in these areas. And then years later, when we had these areas that were not well developed, people came in and started building factories. That's where we put the landfills. That's where we put all of these negative community implications into our neighborhood. So when we think about this legacy of racism and how it has shown up, right, we have to consider what are the effects on the people that live in that area. How are they affected and impacted? Before I move on to that, though, redlining is not the only long-term effect of this legacy of racism. And if you know of any others, I encourage people to put them into put it into the chat. But I encourage all of you to do research on these long-term effects, because they affect every institution that we are a part of, that we have. And we want to separate ourselves from it, but we have to look at it full on. So these inequities that I've talked about have contributed to a lot of different health and wellness issues, health, not heath, but health and wellness issues. One is that asthma. I talked about asthma earlier and Eric Garner, and this When we look at neighborhoods like my hometown, I grew up in the Bronx, right? Bronx was at the center of research around this topic of asthma and impacts of certain populations. The borough of the Bronx contains the most ethnically diverse population, with 86% of individuals labeled as people of color, as minorities. It also is educationally deprived, with 38% of people living there without a high school diploma. And it is social economically diverse, with 31% of people living under the poverty line. So in the Bronx, you've got this very diverse, lots of people of color environment. And they found that there was an escalating problem for children growing up in the Bronx, that they had a very high rate of asthma. And according to the New York Health Department, the rate for children being hospitalized for asthma was the highest out of all 5 boroughs in New York. And so lots of research was done about why this was the case. And there was determined to be a correspondent between the asthmatic population and air pollution in that area. And air pollution specifically because of a lot of the roadways that went around that particular borough. And so they had to study between where people were located in the areas that land was laid out, and then things put around them, and how it affected their health. We see it also in lead poisoning, right? For years, we've had those conversations about lead poisoning, that it's bad, we can't have it. We have to deal with how to take it out of our homes safely. There did a lot of a big campaign to get it out of the paint in homes, out of the paint in cars and different toys that kids use. And those regulations have removed lead over the past several decades, and has lessened the percentage of lead poisoning among children in the United States. However, that reduction is the most in our population for white children, and is less in other populations. The least, that reduction was seen the least in the Black population. And so they started having conversations about, and doing research about, why are these certain populations still exposed at these high levels to this toxicity. And it came out that it, again, was about location and the land. In these areas, lead doesn't only come from paint and other things. Lead can also come from your vehicles. And they were showing that in these neighborhoods that were located next to these large highways, located in these weird depressed areas in the city that kind of came up around a lot of roadways, that lead was actually settling in the dirt on kids' playgrounds. So areas, get outside, be safe, enjoy the outdoors. And kids were running around on the dirt, kicking up lead and breathing it in, right? And getting lead poisoning. So even in certain areas where we want people and encourage people to enjoy the outdoors, there's an inequity on how they can do that safely. And that has also led to things like redlining, and those things have led to there being less tree canopy in certain areas of the city than others, right? And so in Denver, the area that was redlined and still has majority people of color also has 2% tree canopy. Our area that is more wealthy, majority white folks in that area, has up to 60% tree canopy. And so we have two areas of the city that got resources differently. And because of it, they are differently abled to deal with the effects of climate change. Like one neighborhood has tree canopy that can soak up excess heat, has tree roots that can soak up excess rain or water from flooding, and another area that does not, right? So we can see that these impacts have a tie. We can see in these impacts the tie between people and the land that they're living on. And we have to think about the importance of that. And so I want to wrap up by showing you some maps, because I think it's important for us to understand that people and the land are tied together. And when we think about the land and we think about management of the land, we cannot separate the impacts of people. If you have sick people, you often have sick land, and vice versa, right? People we like to think of ourselves as being separate from nature, but we're animals, we're tied to nature. And we have to understand those connections and understand that in order to reclaim and get certain areas rebuilt, we also have to deal with the human elements that are in those areas, care for the land, and how our society values the people that live on that land is important. So we're going to start back and looking at these overlays of the land. We have, starting back 1860, we have our slave territories. And you can see, we have majority in this slave territory was where we had majority people of Black folks in the United States. We can see the land that was segregated in the 1950s. And we can see still today where African-American folks live, right? We had the Great Migration where people left the South to try and find jobs in other areas of the United States, but not as many people left as you would think. And a lot of them were coerced to stay, right? They would get on buses, and there would be, because people were losing their labor force in the South, people would get on buses and they would get stopped along the way and get pulled off buses. They would get told that they were going to face consequences for leaving, like all of these things. And so Black folks still over in Southern US. And then if we look, we can see where our folks that have Hispanic heritage are located, mostly in the West. People talk a lot about we didn't cross the border crossed us, right? And a lot of that territory was Mexico before it was given over. And so we've got our majority minority population in the southern part of the US. And when we look at people living in poverty by states, right, that overlays. When we look at prosperity and distress, right, who is receiving resources, who is not, who's at greater risk. We see when we look at who has access to resources. So this is no car and no supermarket within a mile. So who's living in food deserts and can't get to places to eat. Rates of insecurity among our food insecurity among our population. Map of air pollution in our population. Where do we have our industries? And then where do we have lung cancer, right? Based off of that. Who's getting sick? Where do we have heart disease happening? A lot of these maps overlay one another. Where do we have stroke rates? My mother from South Carolina, we eventually moved back to Georgia where my mother died of a stroke, right? Many people in our family have. And then people who are uninsured. This also plays into life expectancy rates. And I think life expectancy, I'm gonna share a different screen, is something really important for us to talk about. And I wanna show you a couple of tools to look at, because this is important in your area as well. And we need to have the resources to see what's going on in our area. So there is a CDC life expectancy map, and I'm going to put the link to it in the chat just so people can see that, and I'm going to share it on screen. All right. And what I love about this map, you know, I know Colorado, we're going to look at two spaces. I know Colorado, we look at the state of Colorado, we've got overall in the state, life expectancy is 80 years. And you can see the box tells you what county it's in, what state, and what the life expectancy is for this state. If we go into, this is Denver area, we can see the neighborhood that I talked about earlier, that was red line, has 2% tree cover, has a life expectancy of 72.8 years, 8 years lower than the state life expectancy. We go over to the other neighborhood that I told you about, that has 60% tree cover. We've got 85.6 years. So there is almost a 13-year or so life expectancy difference between two neighborhoods on different sides of the city. The land is vastly different. The land in our neighborhood with the lower life expectancy, highly developed, lots of factories, little to no tree cover. The other land, no factories, lots of tree cover, right? If we look at other spaces, I looked up Massachusetts, and I was looking at Worcester, this county, looking at this county. And you can see that there is a difference, right? In different areas. We've got Worcester. Thank you, Chris. We've got different life expectancies in this one county, right? Some tracts that are over at 84 years, and then tracts over here that are under at 74 years. I actually went in and looked, you can compare this to the census data, right? So you can look up tracts on the census and look at who else is in this area. You can look up racial demographics. You can also look up gender demographics. I looked up racial demographics for this area and found that those tracts that had the lower life expectancy were tracts that had majority people of color living in them. And I took screenshots, but our time is running. So I encourage everyone to take a look at those and think about, okay, what is the difference and why? Why is there a difference? And then tie that also to the land within that area. Locally, we're doing a project, and they wanted to do a nature assessment and of this certain area and look at all of the animals, the plants that live in that area and tell the difference between different types of plots. And I was like, we've got to bring people into that. Like, I also want to know, as you do this assessment, if your area is really good for animals, what are the, you know, what are the demographics and the life expectancy and the health of the people in that area, and those areas that are not really good for animals, right? What is the health of the people in those? Because you can see a direct correlation. And this isn't only in, I know I've talked a lot, I'm in an urban area. I've talked a lot about urban areas, and you would think that that was my only background, but I lived for 20 years of my 24-year career in environmental education in the most rural places. And these things hold up for those areas as well. I lived on the eastern shore of Virginia, and that area had a lot of people of color, lots of chicken factories, very rural, out in the middle of nowhere. And those factories were affecting the health of the people that worked them and affecting the land and the water around them. And the people who predominantly worked in those factories and were affected by those issues were the people of color that lived in that area. And when we saw the nice, secluded islands where the ecosystem was better and kind of hidden away from those effects, again, it was a different in race. So not only in urban areas, this is in rural areas as well. And I would encourage you to look at, like, oh, there's a lot of people of color that live in this one area out in the middle of nowhere, right? Is there a factory there? Is there a farm there? What are the living conditions, right? We have to look at that connection. So my question to you, before I dive into a little bit of a wrap up, and I'd love for you to put this into the chat. How is your understanding of justice in environmentalism, in land management, in conservation, sustainability, anything? How's your understanding of the relation of justice to that changed? Hopefully it's changed, or you've gained something in the last 53 minutes. No, I'd like for you to go ahead and put that into the chat. And I am going to give you just a couple of things for you to consider, right? When we think about how do we solve these issues, because I don't like to go away with, oh, it's awful, the doom, the gloom, right? I want to give you some solid things to walk away from, walk away with. Don't walk away from it, walk away with it. So one, we know that we need everyone at the table to solve health, food issues, climate change issues, environmental issues. We need everyone at the table, right? And we have to look within our organizations and look within the organizations that we work with and say, you know, how do we get everyone at the table? A lot of times it takes a fundamental shift. So it's not just a new program. It's not just a, you know, one-time connection. And you might make a one-time connection with a community group or a multiple connection with a community group, which is great. I encourage it. But if you aren't making the changes internally and thinking differently within your organizations, then it is harder to make change and sustain change. We also need to reframe how we talk about conservation and sustainability and even land management. We have certain groups that get celebrated for sustainability while others don't. And a lot of it is based on culture, right? Like my dad picking up cans out of a need when I was growing up was not hailed as a recycling hero, right? My uncle who rode his bike 21 miles every day to work, no one told him he was cutting down on carbon emissions or helping to save the planet. Oftentimes, things that are done out of need and necessity are not looked at the same way as people who do things just because I have the ability. I've made my way up the ladder of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I choose to do without, right? And we put we frame that as being one thing over another. And we need, someone said, widen the tent earlier. We need to widen our understanding and let people connect with our message, and to understand that even the things that you're doing right now is helping, right? We need to give people the ability to be meaningfully involved in all of our processes. That means people have the opportunity to participate in decision-making activities that may affect their environment, their access to land, and their health. And that those concerns are considered at the same level as other concerns, other people, right? And so if we say we're going to go to the community, and the community is very clear and tells us what they need, they want, and we've got someone internal that's like, well, do they really need that, right? We need to value people's voices. And if we are asking people for the labor, we need to do something with that. We need to look at our public participation approaches, right? Where are we having our meetings? Where are they located? Are we providing things like meals? Are we providing care for children? Are we putting our notices out in multiple languages? Are we providing information about the work that we're doing in a way that's understandable and relatable to people? These are all things that we have to think about. We also need to educate our communities, and people need to know that they deserve to have access to things that, not just a concrete basketball court in their neighborhood, but that there's other things for them that have access, and it's their right to have access to open space, green spaces, parks, outdoors, as opposed to thinking that they are not allowed or are not accepted in those areas. And personally, we can educate ourselves on these issues, use our voices to speak up, especially if we are coming from places of privilege. We can use our voice to speak up to other people of privilege and to help them understand the issues. We can use the system to make change. If we're comfortable, you can get out there, get out in these streets, protest for things that you feel strongly about, and educate others, and then vote on the things that you feel strongly about. So, the solution to environmental injustice is not the continual relocation of toxic waste and pollution to different neighborhoods of our country, of the world. The real call for justice, when we think about land, when we think about the environment, is we need to re-examine the environmental impacts that are happening in our communities, and we need to think differently about how we can solve these issues, right? We haven't gotten where we need to go exactly with the way that we've been doing things. So how can we show up differently? We know that we are all a part of a shared ecosystem. And in that ecosystem, no person or place can be sacrificed, or we will all suffer. Right? I used to teach pond ecology, right? You pour something in one end of the pond that is not good, it will affect the whole pond, the whole area. And maybe it's strong enough to absorb it when it's a little, right? When it's affecting one area, but eventually it spreads and we will all be affected. So it is not just a them issue. It is an all of us issue, right? And loving my neighbor as my own means that I understand that my future is interconnected with the futures of everyone else around me and everyone in my community. So I want to thank you all for this time today. It just has been wonderful listening to myself talk, but also really it's been wonderful seeing all of your input into the chat. I appreciate that you've given some thought to this content, and thank you.
Thank you, Parker. Oh my God, that was incredible. I mean, informative, relevant, deep, awakening. It doesn't even really cover it, but it's so inspiring. And I welcome everybody at home. There's a standing ovation. I know it. Please stand and clap. American Sign Language clapping. I know I can't hear everybody. You've got emojis in your window. Use them. This was incredible. And I'm so moved. I wrote so many things down, and especially going away with sick people, sick land. That's, I mean, of everything that is really stuck. And yeah, so we have a few minutes. I saw a few questions come in, and there was probably more. I'd love to invite folks. If you have a question for Parker, we have a couple minutes now. I know.
And I'm gonna put my contact information into the chat. All of my websites, I've got a lot. And then if you're on social media, you can follow any of my social media accounts.
That's great. And thanks to everybody who was sharing great observations. They were hearing from what you shared, Parker, and some really great resources and links. And we're going to capture all of that and share that. Luciana had one earlier on while you were talking, Parker, and she says, I serve in a very rural area, but I live in a rather urban area, and we're seeing signs of gentrification. In my studies, I've seen a direct relationship between gentrification and land injustice. What can we do in the face of this growing problem in urban areas?
It's interesting. A lot of times with gentrification comes resources, right? And that is, people think of that as being, oh, it's a good thing we're bringing these resources to these places that didn't have it before. But the resources come with usually white folks or affluent folks moving into an area, and the people then who could use the resources are then forced out. And that is a real injustice. Like, we have neighborhoods that have been redlined, underdeveloped, under-resourced, people not investing in them, and people not deeming that those spaces as they are, that those people, again, are good enough to invest in. But it takes this other wave. And it's funny how it happens. It really is about resources. I live in an area in Denver that actually is more affluent people of color. So nice houses. And it was an area that they built nice houses to try and get people to come out to, because it was an undeveloped area. They did not put any resources in it. And now that the area is one of the last areas that have affordable homes that are large and is kind of out of the city, there are people moving in. And I think it's funny because my neighbors, who are middle, upper class Black people, talk about the area being gentrified and how now we've got a Natural Grocers and they've built a Costco. And, I only have ever thought about gentrification in this concept of a very poor neighborhood and having people move in, but really it's about resources. And if we choose not to invest in an area because of we're deeming the people that live there less worthy of that, then that is an issue, and that is a justice issue.
Thank you. Seeing some other messages of appreciation in the chat, which just echoing those as well. And if there's any other last questions, but throw them in there. But I loved your energy, this presentation, and again, to everyone helping to throw in comments of what you were feeling and connecting with what Parker was sharing, and helpful resources. And just join me again in thanking Parker. It's been a real honor having you today, and I couldn't have thought of a more powerful way to start our gathering. A quick message to everybody at home, though, we are headed to a short 10-minute break. So if you're staying with us, just to please don't log out. When we return, we'll be welcoming our first panel. What does land justice mean, and how does it affect my communities? Luckily, we had a great primer here with Parker. And so we'll see everyone back at 10:50 Eastern Time. Parker, again, you're amazing and inspire me, and thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
Welcome, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your break. And like me, you're probably reeling a little bit. I know my perspective of conservation, my work feels like it's shifted quite a bit. I've got new ideas, new thoughts about my work and the role that RCPs and the RCP network could play, and other networks for that matter, in conservation. You know, that certainly, we always thought going into this gathering that land justice was the heart of resilient regions and communities, but really felt like Parker helped to make the connections as to why that is the case, why land justice and environmental justice is really at the core of, or needs to be at the core of, our work looking forward. But right now, I'm really excited to be able to introduce our first panel for the day. The panel is, what does land justice mean to me and my communities? I'm going to introduce the moderator and then the panelists. And so in terms of our moderator is Cassius Spears, Sr. He's the founder director of the Narragansett Food Sovereignty Initiative at Ashwag Farm. He's also a member of the Narragansett tribe. Cassius and his wife have 3 children, 7 grandchildren, and have a farm and farm stand in Ashway, Rhode Island. That's a really wonderful place to visit. And I'll just say, Cassius, that I'm really grateful to Kyra Jacobs with US EPA New England, who introduced us. And, you know, I'll just say, although I feel like I'm just beginning to get to know you, when I thought about introducing you, a phrase came to mind that I can't imagine saying for anybody else. And that is, I really feel that you are your words and your words are you. So welcome to the gathering. And now for our panelists, starts with Amber Arnold, who's the collaborative director for Susu Community Farm in Vermont, Apollo Katala, farm manager with Oasis on Balu Avenue Urban Farm, with the Codman Square Neighborhood Development Corporation, Melissa Ferretti, the chairwoman and president of the Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and John Waukee, director of Waterfront and Climate Justice Initiatives with Green Roots in Chelsea, Massachusetts. So Cassius, take it away.
Okay. All right, first of all, how's the volume on this? Can everyone hear me fine? Okay, great. Good. So I just wanted to start off by saying that, you know, it's interesting when you speak to folks about land justice, you can get different interpretations of the word land justice, and depending upon who you talk to. So the panelist today is going to give you a chance to hear different views or different thoughts, I should say, on land justice. But as a member of the Narragansett tribe and being tribal, you know, land justice from my perspective is my way of life, or I should say our tribe's way of life. I mean, we're so connected to the land between our culture and our traditions, that to separate one from its land is actually has a strong influence on their culture. And most believe that the culture will not survive without that, because all their stories and, the oral history, I should say, and their food and the expression, celebration, song, dance, economic, social, political, gender roles, all is based around land and the use of land. With that said, I want to actually start to talk to you a little, give you an opportunity, I should say, to listen to some of the panelists and have them, talk a little bit about what land justice means to them and the challenges that they have faced with that thought of, am I or am I not being able to use or have access to land that would help not only themselves, but their community. It has a strong connection to, I feel, to food sovereignty, because, to be able to control your food, again, means to have access, to the resources that allows you to do that, and healthy and clean resources. So let's I should say, ask the panelists, any one of you like to actually jump in and start off first and kind of express a little bit about land justice and the impact or the challenges it has with you.
Morning. I guess I could start. Cassius, thank you so much. I think we've sat on a panel previously together at one point. I do recognize you. Indian country is a big place, and I think we all work really hard to have our voices heard. So I guess I'll start with an introduction. Wanikisak Natasuis, Melissa Ferretti, Nu Tomas, Sikwana Makwapaklet, Kanatai Patuxet, Borndale, Melissa Ferretti. Well, good day. My name is, or I am called, Melissa Ferretti. I am from the Herring Pond tribe of Plymouth and Bourne. So I know I can certainly connect to everything that Cassius is, has already said. For the Herring Pond tribe specifically, I was raised in Cedarville, which is a small village in the town of Plymouth, America's hometown. We all know the story of Plymouth, that's where it began, the Pilgrims, the hometown. So I was raised by Verna Harding, and Verna was born in 1905, a woman of color, Native American, of course, Wampanoag woman from the area. And I feel very lucky to have been raised by Verna, because speaking with some of the other elders while we've been working on oral history, the stories that some of them are telling me are the stories that I was so fortunate to have gotten from Verna. So we talk about food and land justice and, really what does that mean? And I think back to growing up and how fortunate, I can just say it over and over, and how the Creator put me in Verna's home. And that was meant to be, right? Verna, we never had a car growing up. And Verna was definitely, she lived off the land. And what she used to call it was living off the fat of the land. That's what she would say, no matter what we were eating and going forward. So I thought about it when I got older, and I said, I probably ate more rabbit and venison than I did chicken and beef, because Verna, it was bred into her. She was raised that way, that they didn't have the money and the necessary means to go to the grocery store and buy food. They had to really rely on what they got from nature. So when we were children growing up, my whole life was really spent watching Verna cut fish at the picnic table, right? It didn't matter what season it was, whether it was herring season and she was pickling the herring, getting them ready, putting them in her pot to cover them with Morton salt and then preparing them so that we could go out in the woods as kids. She would send us out. It was one of the best times ever because we could go out in the woods alone, and she would have us go in to gather, you know, sweet fern and pine and all of these things that she needed so that we could string the herring up in the shed that we had. So I thought, okay, all my ancestors, all my older, you know, our elders did this, but how great is it that I was able to be raised by Verna and be able to experience that? I'm sure I was the only child in the Plymouth school system that had a herring shed in their backyard. And I'm sure as well, Verna was tough, and she was a very strong-willed Native woman, might I add. And, you know, we would have times where the fire department would come up and try to put out her fire in her shed because they were afraid fire, you know, the shed was going to catch on fire, right? So we lived that way, and that's how we always lived. We talk about clean water and resources. So land justice is, for us, I can remember another story that my Uncle Pepper had shared with me. He's a little over 80, and we had a discussion just yesterday about, you know, the history and what he remembers about his childhood. And Verna would walk us, you know, 3 miles down Route 3A in Cedarville. We'd walk from Cedarville. We'd walk about 3 miles with gallon jugs empty, of course, on the way there to get to the river, down Ellisville Road, which is really windy and long, to get to the spring that rolled down the hill at Ellisville so we could get fresh water. So we would walk that long distance to gather this water, and then we would head back. And I always wondered why she went Route 3A, the highway back, you know? And that was because she knew everybody. She had lived in Cedarville her whole life. So she knew we wouldn't have to tote the water because she'd get a ride. Somebody would pick us up. Or that she'd turn around and stick her thumb out, whatever mattered. But no matter what, we were really working to go get that water. And that was her mission, fresh water. So land justice is that. And it's also giving back. She also would have us out in the woods as small children. We would be gathering berries. She knew where the blueberries were. She knew which berries not to eat. She'd tell us, don't touch those. Those are the choke berries. Those will make you sick. And that's how I grew up. So giving back and being able to steward that land is really how I see land justice. It's also about maybe rearranging and fixing the, you know, the EJ map, because it often doesn't include affluent neighborhoods like Cape Cod and Plymouth. You know, those are pretty wealthy neighborhoods. So it does involve doing some of that work internally with the Commonwealth and others. But to me, it's being able to have access to those places. We're thrown off of our land a lot when we go fishing. My son goes down the Maritime. He's told he can't park there. We argue that. We'll stay there. They're not kicking us out. We belong there. The water, that's where we're going to get our food. And they hunt. We're always doing something. We're always either shellfishing. So having access to those really important places is really what it means to me. Getting land back would be amazing. Coming up with a plan to work with the municipalities to talk about, okay, there's a lot of open space. Much of Plymouth that's open space has been put into that conservation, but that land belonged to the Herring Pond Wampanoag people. Our reservation lands at one time, obviously, were the whole town, but we were minimized to about little over 3,000 acres. We have currently 6 acres of that returned, and then 4 graveyards that we currently, cemeteries that we service. So the goal would be to work with your municipalities, get some of this land back so I can go back on that land and get the fish. I can go there and get the berries, see if they're still there. I don't know how much time. I know we have 5 minutes. I'll just add real quickly. We were so fortunate that the town of Plymouth returned a 6-acre parcel to us in 2019. It was a piece of property that was part of our original Great Lot. It was original 2,400 acres. This lot included a burial ground with 8 graves, 7 identifiable. We know there are a great deal more, or the elders say there are. And it's such an amazing place because we're able to go there and teach our youth. We're doing a project there where we're removing invasives with the help of me and Russ Cohen. I bet some of you here know Russ. I think he's pretty popular. He walked it with us and so graciously identified 31 edible plants. So land justice to us is really being able to get that food and gather as a people to do ceremony there. Those are all the things. So I'll leave that there. I think that would be the best description I can come up with, is to really be able to go back to when I was a little child and walking through the woods, and it was the best days of my life. And thank you, Verna, for what you left me.
Well said, Melissa. You know, I'll have to add a little bit to that, because I hopefully in our feedback, we'll get to hear folks talk a little bit about their connection to the land and those special places that they grew up with and now are separated from for whatever reasons. A lot of old homesteads and things that were sold off, and you know, talk about that favorite spot that they used to go and just kind of hang out. So it gives them, you know, that beginning sense of, you know, wow, this is really, you know, important and precious. And then when you lose something like that, it's like, how can I get this back? You know, it's a challenge. I had one gentleman I met one time, and I was actually on the pond with my children, and we were fishing, and he come down and he had this really fancy car, and he come out and he was wearing a suit and tie, and he said, you know, he said, I used to be on this pond like every single day. I lived around the coast of the edge of the waters, he said. And then I grew up, I got a job, I moved to New York City. And he said, I've been spending the rest of my time trying to get back here, you know? And it's just, once you leave that break from that and the cost to get back and get reconnected is, you know, you start to look at you take things into, for granted, I should say, until you lost it. So we're going to go on to our next panelist. Do you want me to pick, or does someone else want to take the lead? Okay, so I'm gonna just. You're on mute.
I'll jump in.
Okay.
So, Pablo Catala, I'm originally from Puerto Rico, but as a young boy, we moved to New York City and we lived in the Bronx, and then I got to live in upstate New York in farm country, and then in Boston, where I now have been for the best part of my life, and where I run the Oasis on Baloo farm, which is on Indigenous Peoples Massachusetts tribe, and originally, and others. But it is my life journey is totally related to how I look at what land justice means to me and to my community. And I'll just pick a couple of things. Of course, you know, I start with land is what gives us, we come from the dirt. We'll go back to the dirt, and it nourishes us. And if we don't nourish it, then we're really doing ourselves a harm. And you know, that's a fact, right? And sometimes it gets expressed as carbon footprint that we have. And as I have made a career switch to really grounding myself in farming and in environment and in food as medicine and all that means, I just kept on coming back to the points in my life where I was touched by, and I'm still touched by the land. And I would be remiss if I did not mention a place like Vieques. Vieques is an island of Puerto Rico that for many decades was used as a bombing range, where there are the uranium rounds still on the beaches. And even though the Puerto Rican people were able to get the Navy out of Vieques, they haven't gotten justice for that land because it's still contaminated by and large. There are health problems, and this land is so beautiful that this shouldn't have happened to it. And that is, as someone born in Puerto Rico and having that Puerto Rican heritage, that I always go back to the scenic place of Puerto Rico and Vieques. And the other one that relates to another reality that I think people should be aware of, these things, the Jones Act, which actually made the Puerto Ricans citizens of the United States, but it also requires that goods coming into the U.S. from any place abroad ship, dock in one port, and then they have to be and then they have to be downloaded and uploaded into an American-built, American crew, and American-owned ship. And that means that a ship with goods coming through the Mona Strait, which is between the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico, the shipment might be headed to Puerto Rico, but that has to come first to Florida, and then it has to be downloaded and uploaded, and then it goes on a return trip. And that happens that's the everyday life of Puerto Rico, because those ships are directly in Puerto Rico. The same thing happens in Hawaii and in Alaska. And what that does is, obviously, is a significant carbon footprint. I've shared that because this Jones Act situation doesn't just affect Puerto Rico, it affects all of us. And it is part of the supply chain. And it is one way that the supply chain can often be more carbon intensive. But so to me, land justice would mean that we do not do this to the land, that we look at ways of doing things different. If something is dirty, it should be cleaned up so that people can enjoy it, and so that the land can serve the true purpose that it has, the fundamental purpose that it has, and is to nourish our lives. And bringing it closer to home, the Oasis on Baloo Farm sits on four parcels of land. And I need to probably wrap up. That was the warning time. That were homes back in the late 70s, early 70s, when the city went through white flight and redlining, and that's a situation that made it more sensible for white homeowners to abandon the land to the city of Boston, so that they would take it for taxes rather than paying the taxes or the insurance or dealing with the property. And they left. And the people that wanted to stay in those neighborhoods in Boston and Dorchester, where the farm is located, and throughout Roxbury and Mattapan, were the people of color. But when they went for loans, the bank had already redlined their communities and said, this is a credit risk that's not worth taking, and therefore we're not going to lend in this area. And a lot of these parcels, a lot of this land ended up burning. And to this day, we are slowly reclaiming some of this. Some of it as farmland, like the Oasis on Baloo. And it demonstrates a certain resiliency that the land has built in. And what I like to say about where we ended up in about 50 years it has taken us. And the city had a lot of the surplus land that went through this. And some of it ended up as farmland. Some of it is being built on now. But for this particular neighborhood, we ended up with 20,000 square feet. Small, we produce a lot of food, but we don't produce food to feed everyone. The biggest payoff is how we engage our community by getting people to ask us, what are you doing there? Can I do that? I want to do that. They come and volunteer. They bring us food. They take food from us. And that, and it's surprising how many people really care about what goes on, and they understand that food is indeed medicine. And it's a question of, can I grow it? Can you help me grow it? Can you teach me grow it? Can you provide some of it? And to me, that is what land justice at this point in time means. We have more land justice issues to deal with. If I could simplify it, it's all about promoting individual, community, and environmental health across the food system continuum. And it's a work in progress because we need to continue to fight the other trends. So with that, I will hand it off to the next person. I'm sorry, I got one over by quite a bit. Sorry.
That's quite all right, Paulo. That's it's when you start to talk about your needs and the ability to use the land to better your community, and like you said, it's a medicine. That passion and that expression is. I know in 5 minutes it's a short time to try to get all that out, but I really appreciate you trying to do that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that a little later in the discussion. Okay, so thank you very much for sharing that. It's very, very good. Who do we have going next here?
I guess I can go next.
All right, great.
I feel really grateful to be in this space and just to hear all of you talk, like being in the presence of elders and just hearing your connection to land just feels so like nourishing and healing to me. When I think about land justice, I really think about land sovereignty. And when I think about land sovereignty, I think about, seeing land as a sovereign being and not as a resource or a transactional item or an object or something that we can take and own, because I think that Earth really is our mother, it's our home, and Earth is our provider. And so when we can, start to move away from seeing ourselves as kind of like the center of the ecosystem and of existence, we can start to really heal and transform and change the impacts of a lot of these violent, harmful systems that I believe are really all stemming from global and racial capitalism, and so when I think about land justice and land sovereignty and all of these words, I think what we're truly talking about is having this embodied connection and presence and understanding of what they are in relation to us and our place in this collective landscape, quite literally, like hearing Melissa like speak about all of these stories of like growing up and like this connection to land, through storytelling and just like being on land, which is so different than this idea of like our identity on land being in relationship to like, I own this home or this like really transactional way of being. It's really different, and based on my personal experience, land justice is really, about us individually and collectively healing from the trauma of colonization and capitalism, because without this, our core values, what we care about and the future of liberation really won't be possible. As soon as we experience discomfort, like the idea of like someone taking something that belongs to us or what we think belongs to us away, we often, people in power will like revert into in somatics what we call like conditioned tendencies. Some people call that a trauma response or pathologize it as anger or violence or these things, but really these are the ways that our bodies respond under pressure to things that we don't understand or that we see as a threat in an effort to restore our sense or our feeling of safety and belonging and dignity and connection. And to do that, without these skills, we react. And so I think that this kind of like transactional land system is really based on and designed to function in a really reactive way, and this, like, I think the idea of land ownership, which I feel is much different than the idea of land justice, is really kind of like an embodied imagination, an idea that was created by, a group of colonizers that said, this is mine and I own this and this land belongs to me. This is God's will or manifest destiny, and as a result of that imagination or that belief system, we have like created this very transactional land system that privatizes land, that protects it and keeps it in the hands of people with a lot of privilege and resource and who are really committed to maintaining that type of system, and I think to really move into a space where we're collectively working towards land land justice and land sovereignty, like in terms of like conservation, we really have to thoughtfully think about the way that we form, partnerships with kind of like institutional conservation traditional partners and Black and Brown people. I think we have to start by really centering that embodied work and embodied way of connecting and relating to the land, and really being able to build authentic relationships with Black and Brown folks and Indigenous folks, really being able to trust them and allowing them to lead, allowing them to be the ones that are holding the money and the power and making decisions, and really just mobilizing their dreams and their visions and their initiatives, even when these like power organizations and power don't understand because they don't have that embodied experience. Really just trusting the wisdom of these people who hold these deep, connections with the earth in this really liberated way.
Well said, Amber. I mean, there's so many points that you hit right there, and the subject can go off into so many different directions. And I appreciate you trying to package that up for us. And it creates powerful thought, because we all share, and I like Mother Earth. And absolutely right, it's not it's more like wow, So it's that being able to acknowledge that and be able to realize that, wow, we're sharing here, and that's what we're doing. We're sharing. So everybody should be inclusive in this sharing, and that's from decision makings and everything else that has to affect Mother Earth. So right on point with those words. It's just, and I could go on. I could go on talking about that same subject matter, and again, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. But how do we make us all inclusive, and how do we get to understand how we, each and every one of us, value it in a way, in our own personal way, as well as the community setting also. And partnership, you mentioned, partnerships are very key to this, because again, knowing thy neighbor and knowing everyone that's involved, and knowing, when I say knowing, I mean knowing how they use it, and how they protect her Mother Earth, and everything that goes with that, conservation, preservation, and everything else that we can underline there is really some very strong points. So I thank you for sharing that with us, and we'll come back around. All right, so I guess this makes it easier now, because there's only one left. You can take it away, John.
Sure, thank you, Cassius. This is definitely been a fantastic conversation, and there's a totally self-serving reason why you want to go last, because there's so much beautiful material that's just been thrown out there from the keynote this morning through all the speakers just now, and especially what Amber has just sort of laid out for us. It sits so squarely with where my work currently is with Green Roots. We're an environmental justice organization, so a lot of what Parker presented this morning is the stuff that we're dealing with, the legacy of the systems, the racist systems that have been in place for so long in a community like Chelsea, Massachusetts, in the neighborhood of East Boston, where so much of the necessary industry that supports the region has been located. And it's located in neighborhoods that have been redlined. And I think Apollo had referenced white flight. For our neighborhoods, we like to talk about, there was this white flight and this disinvestment, and it's a very traditional EJ sort of framing of the conversation. But now we have sort of a folding back in the last 20 years or so. It's not white flight anymore, it's white flood. It's people coming back to the neighborhoods, and I'm one of those people. I grew up just a little bit to the north, but my mother's family was originally from East Boston. And immigrants come in, you make it big, you start doing better, you move out. And that's what they did in the 50s, and that pattern followed through to the 70s. And now we are seeing just the market forces, and we know the market is driven and mediated by a lot of the different racist structures, classes structures that we're talking about. And that has resulted in some of the highest asthma rates, some really tremendous environmental burdens with the public health outcomes that go along with that. And COVID was really one of those things that showed that and laid it out bare for us, where we saw Chelsea, Massachusetts having some of the highest, at the height of the COVID pandemic in the United States, the infection rates in Chelsea were on par with the worst rates in the boroughs in New York. They were far and away far worse infection rates than anywhere else in Massachusetts. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that so many of the people who were now considered essential workers and had to go out there regardless of the pandemic were also considered non-essential people. They're not given health care. They're not given decent housing. They're not provided the opportunity for a job that would allow them the time to tend to themselves. They're working multiple jobs. This is a largely immigrant community. And for many of those immigrants, they're here without papers. So they're here in a very liminal state where they don't speak out. They don't necessarily stand up for themselves all the time for fear of deportation. So, and there's the issue around some of the things we talked about in terms of the process, being involved in the processes and having language access. These are linguistically excluded communities. So there's a lot of that environmental justice part of our work. But another thing that is very central to the work that I'm currently doing is in regarding climate resiliency. And in fact, looking to the future, we're realizing the people you've just heard just now talking about what the indigenous relationship to the land, that is, I think, a key to where we're going. Because right now there's a lot of concern. We're in a coastal, Chelsea and East Boston are coastal communities. We're concerned about sea level rise, increased storms. We're going to have flooding. So people start talking about how can we do living with water. And it's this weird sort of moment where all those externalized costs and things that we dumped on other people, the landfill we put somewhere else, there's nowhere else to put it. And it's coming back on us, and it's hitting the systems that we've had in place. And people are now saying, oh, living with water, how do we do that? Well, the people who were living here before European colonization were living with water. They were living with the land. And I think that's a key part. As Amber referenced, it's not about having little square plots of land and saying, you own this, I own that. It is about this landscape that we share and that we live in. And we share not with just the species. And I just heard from the native perspective on talking about invasive species. Well, how ridiculous is that? Well, I am an invasive species. My family has only been here for a couple of generations. So it's not an invasive species. It's another being that I share this world with. And how do you live with that being? How do you interact with it? And so when it comes, my time is almost up, but the critical piece I want to get to hook up to what Amber was talking about is the city of Boston just invested, and the private sector was encouraged to invest through a bunch of tax incentives, some serious amount of scratch in building these massive, really ugly architecture right on the South Boston waterfront, right in an area that we know is going to be underwater, in a generation. And the idea of retreating from the shoreline, of actually living with water, of actually giving up some of this land to the sea because it's going to be taking it, is horrifying to our municipal authorities because that's their tax base. So how do we go about doing that? How do we start talking about our system of land ownership, our system of how we approach our relationship to land legally? Really does not set us up for this resiliency that we're talking about. There's a lot that needs to be done. Just doing a little living shoreline on the edge of a property that's more or less just landscaping. Instead of having a lawn, we've got some seagrasses. That's wonderful, but the ocean is pretty large, and that little lawn is not going to protect the building. We have to start talking about some serious changes in how we relate to the land. And at a practical level in an urban setting, that means money. And that's really where the rubber hits the road. And I think there are a lot of solutions and a lot of better perspectives that we can get from those who are here for millennia, living in harmony with the land, as opposed to those of us who came in and sort of filled in wetlands and forced our desires on that land. And so I'll stop there so we can have more conversation on it. But this has been a fantastic conversation. I just want to thank all the speakers before me for what they've added to this.
All right. Thank you, John. You remind me of something when you were speaking. I had a gentleman, he's an older gentleman, and he came to me one day and he said to me, he said, can you afford your resources? And if you have land and you have forest on that land, or you have water on your land, clean water, if you have valuable resources, which like you said, the gifts of the land Mother Earth offers, can you afford keeping that? Because the world is spinning so fast, capitalism is growing so fast, and economics is growing so fast that if you can't afford to keep it, someone will buy that from you and use that, and most likely abuse it. So you're right. Somehow we have to come together to where we are taking into consideration that there's some challenges, I should say, but we have to figure out how we're going to work in harmony with the style of the lifestyle that is going on in a more dominant culture. And you all mentioned this, is like, we need to sit on the table and we need to have a voice, and we need to talk about, the form of that, engage that balance, because once there's no balance, then something's going to crash. And that's kind of the direction that I feel that you're all talking about. Now, I've been in your seats a number of times before as a panelist, and I've always found out that, you get to hear everybody talking. It's like, oh man, if I could have said this and should have said that. Well, we're going to give each one of your panelists about 30 seconds, all right? And you guys got something on your mind that you wanted to get off, but you didn't have the time. And we're going to go. And Melissa, we're going to start with you first.
Oh boy. I think the topic itself, I usually come into these panels and I have a big speech prepared. And today I just wanted to come in and just share that story about Verna and growing up. I just think it's really important to know that, I guess for myself as a state tribe, I know Narragansett is a federally recognized community. I do feel that we do suffer some inequities there because of our status. I think it's just really important to understand that, we come from the same role that our federally recognized sisters and brothers do. And we value the work they've done to get that designation and that status. But I think oftentimes we may be left out of the conversation because we don't have that recognition. Federal recognition and status doesn't make you Indigenous. And a lot of people don't know that state recognition precedes federal recognition. They didn't have federal recognition at first. The state recognition was first. So I just want to make sure that people understand that even if you're not a federally recognized community, it's not because you can't get recognition. It could be because you lack the resources to do so. They don't make it easy. It's not something that, we know all our brothers and sisters have spent millions of dollars on that. So we hope to be there one day, but we have the same connections to the land as all the other Indigenous people. Our church in Borndale it's still in our care and custody today, and it was built from an 1838 petition from the Herring Pond Indians to the Commonwealth. So I don't know, I guess that's where I would put my 30 seconds would be to just, drill that home that we all share in this value and care for the land. We all really, have the same cultural concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Amber, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the one thing or last thing that I would share is just one of the things I want to highlight, at least for the work that we're doing at SUSU or what we've experienced, is just like building an actual authentic relation with some of the folks at the Vermont Land Trust. And, the Vermont Land Trust has a long history, obviously, of land theft and genocide and deep harm, but currently you know, the director, Nick of the Land Trust, has, for us at least, we've experienced him as really doing the needed work, the liberatory work that needs to happen in terms of land back and reparations and moving into a different way of working with Earth. And I think that a lot of that relationship is deeply built on him, not like a lot of times, not maybe not even understanding what we're talking about or trying to do, but just really coming from a place of like, I don't need to be the one that understands. All I need to do is trust you, and handing over that power and allowing the discomfort and not understanding to be his work to hold in his body, so that the work of true liberation can happen and can be led by the people who have been, you know, living and connected with the land for so many generations. And so I would really just encourage folks who work in conservation or in these places to really start to engage with other folks who are moving towards that work and who are practicing in that way of like trusting Indigenous people, trusting Black and Brown people, even when you don't understand, and allowing the movement and the resources to be led by and decided by them.
Thank you, Amber. Apollo. Oh, you're on mute, Apollo.
Sorry about that. I would say that we need to continue raising the level of consciousness and awareness so that we can get everybody sort of take a pause from the extraction or maybe the rat race and really put our time and our energy in that which sustains us, which is the land and our relationship with other people and the land. So raising awareness.
And John?
I guess the thing I would put in here is that speaking from an urban perspective, it was somewhere back about 20 years ago or so that the planet shifted from having the majority of the population, actually a human population, living in urban settings. You know, for so much of human history, we've lived in rural settings, and now that has shifted over globally. And so the solution to human survival and probably survival of the planet as it currently, you know, exists or has, is really contingent upon people in the cities getting their act together and figuring out how are they getting resources and how are people living sort of in balance and in harmony, with the outcomes being, you know, better health and more equitable access to resources. And so the solutions have to be there. And those solutions are intricately linked with how the non-urban environment is managed and how the relationship between those two spheres. So we can't work in silos, but we have to be able to make the connections between these two areas.
All right, excellent. And I feel, you know, there's a phrase that says progress moves at the speed of trust. So, you know, to put that trust into producers and people of the land, into food producers, I should say, and people of the land, and people that acknowledge, you know, the well-being, I should say, or the health of the environment, and actually, like I'm hearing in so many from all of you is to be able to sit down and discuss these things. It's not going to be easy, and y'all kind of saying that it's not going to be easy. There's a lot to this, and there's a lot of people that have to be informed. And so my next question to you is, I want to talk a little bit more about the community and how you would engage the community. And I say this in a way of in the perfect world, because there's this world and then there's the perfect world, right? So in a perfect world, if you could, what would ultimately, you know, be your best path or your best foot forward, I should say, on this. And it's a difficult question, but I just want to hear how you know, we're all individuals and there's so many different personalities out there. So what's your beginning steps to engage the community and get them to not, just say, oh, well, that was a good Zoom meeting we had there. Okay, let's get back to what we were doing now. How do you, how do you really hit it home, and what are you going to do as an individual to try to keep this movement pushing forward? I'm gonna start with Apollo this time around.
There are no simple solutions. I think a lot about how the folks in the farming space who are producing the land and who have a responsibility to produce it, and while not harming Mother Earth, and we have this awesome responsibility and opportunity to feed the rest of us, or take the lead in that. I think that we have to focus on how we can collaborate across the region, so that we could create a strong regional food system, which in itself will provide some environmental servicing, and that would be the one area. Better collaboration, better incentives, better focus, more focus on collaborating across the urban, peri-urban, regional, and rural food continuum.
Thank you, Apollo. And Amber.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think, when we were listening to Parker speak, like at the way beginning, when she was speaking about people say land, what that brings up for me is, these teachings of Octavia Butler and Adrienne Marie Brown around fractals, how the small is a reflection of the large and the large is a reflection of the small. And so when we have individual traumas, or we're operating in this like communal way, that impacts the bigger institutions, and it's a reflection of the bigger institutions. And so I think that, the first step in this real work is truly the healing from the ways in the worldview that we're currently operating out of, which is capitalism, which is violence, which is extraction and individualism, and all of these things. So really, working at an individual and communal level to heal through this trauma. That's why, like at Susu, that's a lot of the work we do, is that we're focused on, helping people in an embodied way move through the trauma of colonization, and then creating larger scale impacts on an institutional level. Because if we're just trying to like do this kind of work of liberation without having that embodied experience, we're just going to keep perpetuating these same harmful systems. So I think a lot of it has to do with starting by looking at and understanding the ways that we are perpetuating and have been harmed by these systems, and working together to move through that trauma, so we can start to develop and design new ways of going back to the ancestral ways of connecting and working with land and each other.
All right. And Melissa?
Yeah, I think I can piggyback on Amber's comment. I think it really begins with healing. And, as a tribal community, sort of at that ground zero in Plymouth Colony, our community has been silenced, right? And I think that we, out of fear for so many years, we didn't speak out. And I even heard some of our elders say that, no, we don't want to say that because we don't want to upset the town. We don't want to get them angry. And that was sort of how we went on through time. Fear kept us silent. We were known and written in historical documents as a very autonomous and quiet tribe to ourselves. But what we realized is that we're perpetuating our own erasure if we're not speaking out, and if we're not talking to people and educating them to these challenges that we face, and this issues with land justice and EJ and all of these really important topics. So I would say the same thing, healing, and it takes a little bit of forgiveness as well. So that would be my comment there.
Awesome. John?
Engaging communities is something, it's been a hot topic for us in the last couple of years, as we've been really criticizing and suing certain agencies for the way that they go about engaging or not engaging people. And you know, every good, no good deed goes unpunished. We've managed to get EJ legislation passed in Massachusetts this past March, and now we've got every state agency asking us, how are we supposed to do this now? And the reality is, getting a seat at the table if no one is speaking your language doesn't result in you getting much out of it. And being at the wrong table isn't all that useful. And being at the table where you have no idea what people are talking about isn't all that useful. But more importantly, when the other people come to the table, they have to be prepared to meet the people who have not traditionally been invited where they're at. So as an example, the city of Boston keeps coming. They're trying to do their best to prevent the gentrification in an immigrant neighborhood. And they come and they say, tell us what kind of East Boston you want to see in 5 years. And they're asking immigrants who've just recently arrived from El Salvador or wherever. And these are people who are like, in 5 years, I've got no clue where I'm going to be. You know, 6 months ago, I was in El Salvador. And just 2 months ago, I was in an albergue, a shelter in Mexico. So having the ability to see things from other people's perspective is the best way to try to engage them. And it's that pyramid of needs. If people are not thinking necessarily about, is this property going to flood? How should we have a more resilient community? When they're just concerned about keeping those few jobs that they have. And I use that jobs plural, because that's the reality of where people are at right now in this neighborhood. So in engaging people in these conversations around land, if people have no hope of owning land, it's just not on their radar that they could own land, then you need to start thinking, you know, talking to them about acquiring land and getting it into a trust or conservation easements is not anything on their radar. So meeting people where they're at, and trying to hear what their concerns are and relating it back to that government agency's work or whoever it is that's trying to engage the community, I think is sort of a critical component to
that. Thank you all. Very powerful words indeed. Design justice, you know, it's a word that, you know, it's word said, I should say that, you know, what we're asking is to be able to, I'm going to rephrase that. I want to say we're past the point of asking. You know, we are getting involved more and more each day to make sure that we are sitting at that table for the future of our children and the future of Mother Earth. And we can see what has been happening, and yes, putting our best foot forward and trying to make things, I should say, we're trying to educate, and we're trying to, the concern is so great. You've heard it from your parents, you heard it from your grandparents, and somehow we get to the point where it's our responsibility now to keep pushing that message forward. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate all the thought that went into this. And I'm going to pass this over to Bill and see if we can get some conversation going.
Great, thanks Cassius and all the panelists. That was an amazing discussion. I was feeling some recognition of the fact that there is a cost to not caring about everybody, to categorizing people and segmenting out, kind of living in a disconnected world. There's a cost to everybody to living in a disconnected world.
So this question should be present for you now, and we are going to be gathering your own individual thoughts about what land justice means to you. And Bill and Cassius are going to have a chance to kind of think about and reflect on what comes in from the wider group.
So Cassius, I hope you can join us. Oh, there you are, cool. So we get to identify trends or see if there's patterns or just things that catch our eye about what land justice means to people. So I see making open space available for everyone. Access, listening. Yeah, everyone has equal opportunity to enjoy the land, equity. Access and who gets to decide. Is they're using privilege to connect indigenous people back to land, food, and customs. These are great, and I'm wondering, are people viewing this as something that they can actually take part in? It's opportunity for decision making and how to make those opportunities possible for people who are going to be impacted by those decisions. Cassius, you're muted if you want to unmute so you can chime in. Yeah, I see radical changes from our current system. I heard that in a couple of comments people were making in questions. I just think about what Amber was saying. Yeah, that's like the trauma of our current system is really, I think it's there for everybody. Yes, that ceding decision-making power to those who are most harmed during the still present era of European colonization, right? That idea of ceding decision-making power and trust and not having to understand. I think that's key. Cassius, do you remember me saying that to you when we met?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
having to understand everything before you act is a very kind of colonizing attitude. You have to do things perfectly.
Yeah, protecting the land for future generations. I see sharing the gifts of the land, very important.
Yeah, gifts of the land are shared more equally among everyone. Saying it often means doing hard, brave, unpopular things. Yeah, I would be interested, whoever put that down, if they wanted to put in the chat box, what would be some hard, brave, unpopular things that you thought of when you wrote that? I would love to see that in a little bit more detail. Everything the speaker said, as a person of color, it's a relief to hear from other BIPOC folks where and how this work is being done over a wide spectrum of topics. I'm not alone, but it certainly takes accountability from all to get this work done.
Improve access and opportunity.
Yeah. So making land amends, that's very interesting. I'd like to know more about that. What that means. Yeah, everyone has the opportunity to take action to care for land. Oh gosh, there's so much good stuff here. I can't, let's see. Sense of everyone's ownership of public lands.
Changing the notion of ownership in private property.
Yes, I saw that too. Holy cow. Equitable access, decolonization. Everyone shares in the benefits and everyone shares in the responsibility. Yes, land justice is about asking the question, who gets to access land and working to address historical marginalization of peoples from land access. Creating opportunities for access and transitioning the decision-making process. And that's something I wonder what RCP, I'm thinking this in the context of individual organizations' activities, as well as collaboratives, creating opportunities for access and transitioning the decision-making process, right? No either or. Yeah. Interesting. Less white-owned land and more BIPOC-owned land.
Protecting the land and connecting it to the people, all people.
Right. Pollution cleanup and prevention in all areas, not just healthy ones. That's one thing I heard from Parker's morning talk, this notion of no one can be sacrificed. That's just brutal when you think about it. You know, sacrifice people. There's zones like sacrifice zones. So I just want to thank everybody for, and I would say keep it going. I'm just going to say a few words about the where we are in the agenda and get us ready for our break and the afternoon. So please continue to enter in. This is information we'll collect and make available to everyone after the gathering. But just for those people who are just joining us before the break, this morning's keynote and our panel was really helping us to learn about land justice, gain some awareness of land justice, hearing it from people who have personal experience with land justice. And so, you know, I know that for me, it was a deeply moving morning. Yeah, so, you know, because it's good to, you know, once you know about land justice or know about land injustice and know there's this possibility of land justice, there's this notion of, well, how do you advance it? And that's the point of the afternoon panel. So what we have in front of us now is we have a 30-minute break, a lunch break. That will be followed at 1 o'clock with a program, the Leopold Conservation Award Ceremony. And we'll have Spencer Meyer, Senior Conservationist with Highstead, will introduce that award ceremony at 1 p.m. sharp. You're welcome to bring your lunch to that brown bag lunch to the 1 o'clock. That's 1 o'clock to 1:30. And then at 1:30, we begin with the afternoon panel. So again, thank you so much for everything you gave this morning to make it be what it was. And really, we encourage you to be here. Take your break, take care of yourself, come back at 1 o'clock for the award ceremony. It's going to be moving. I think you'll find there's a video that'll be really moving for you, and then the afternoon panel. So again, enjoy, take care, and we'll see you soon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Spencer Meyer, and I'm a senior conservationist at Highstead. My heart is so full of inspiration from this morning's conversation, and I hope you all had a relaxing, if short, and reflective lunch break, and as excited as I am for this afternoon's dialogue. The wildlands, woodlands, farmlands, and communities' vision for the future of our landscape will ultimately be realized through the hard toil, persistence, and practice of countless land stewards, people who are deeply rooted in the land, including many of whom we've heard from already this morning. 3 years ago, we at Highstead teamed up with friends at the Sand County Foundation, the New England Forestry Foundation, American Farmland Trust, and others to bring the Aldo Leopold Conservation Award to New England. to celebrate land steward exemplars from our region who embody the spirit and land ethic taught by Aldo Leopold. Today, we're honoring one remarkable New England family with the Leopold Conservation Award. To announce our honoree, I'm pleased to introduce both Christina Schellpfeffer, Vice President at the Sand County Foundation, and Nathan Latoile, New England Regional Director with American Farmland Trust. You'll hear from Nathan a bit later in the program. Chris, will you please tell us more about the award and begin the ceremony?
Absolutely. Thank you, Spencer. This is just such a pleasure to be with all of you. And we have the great honor of celebrating a real conservation success story today. And that's always a wonderful, kind of a feel-good thing to do. So first and foremost, I just want to congratulate our 2021 New England Leopold Conservation Award recipients, the Schwanner family. Guy is here with us by Zoom, of course, along with his wife Beth and son Matthew. And they are the stars of the show here. They run, as some of you may know, a grass-fed organic dairy farm in Highgate Center, Vermont. And when you see the video of their farm in just a few minutes, it will be obvious why they were chosen to receive this year's award. I think this one, some of the videos give me goosebumps, and this definitely was one of them. Before we show the video, though, I'd like to share just a little bit of background on the Leopold Conservation Award, which Sand County Foundation presents to conservation-minded landowners in 23 states. We started this way back in 2003 in Colorado, and it's really grown since then. The award honors farmers, ranchers, forest land owners for their outstanding achievement in conservation on working land. So the land management practices that these award recipients engage in voluntarily works to improve their bottom line and the environment. So there's this nice, dual win there. These are families who are improving water quality, soil health, wildlife habitat, and then, of course, ultimately opportunities for outdoor recreation. You may know that the award is named for Aldo Leopold, who some say is America's foremost conservation thinker. He was a landowner, a forester, conservationist, and author, and Yale School of Forestry and Environment grad. He's best known for his book, A Sand County Almanac, which he wrote while restoring some worn out farmland that he bought in Wisconsin way back in the mid-30s. And the book details his love of the natural world and our human relationship with the land. So he was doing land restoration back when, not many people were thinking about restoring land health. The title of that book, by the way, is also how Sand County Foundation, how we got our funny name. So Leopold's idea of a land ethic, our moral responsibility to the natural world, is what inspires Sand County Foundation's mission today to engage private landowners in conservation leadership. So we believe conservation and farming can and should go hand in hand. And I would say that the Schwanner family, they are living proof of that and living proof of Leopold's idea of a land ethic. Now, of course, the award program wouldn't be possible without the collaboration of our partners and sponsors. In New England, Sand County Foundation presents the Leopold Conservation Award with our national sponsor, American Farmland Trust, with the New England Forestry Foundation, and with Wildlands, Woodlands, Farmlands, and Communities. And then additional support comes from our dedicated sponsors, including Farm Credit East, David and Ann Ingram, who are with us today, the Yale School of the Environment, and Whole Foods. These partners and sponsors, we have a vast network of partners and sponsors across the U.S., but these are organizations and individuals who are invested in making sure that conservation success stories, like the one you're going to see in a moment, are shared throughout, in this case, throughout New England and beyond. And that's ultimately the purpose of the award program. It's really the impact that these stories have on other landowners across the U.S. they're certainly inspirational for those farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners who are maybe contemplating engaging in conservation practices, and also for those who are fully engaged in conservation. So with that, let's just take a virtual trip to Vermont for a couple of minutes to enjoy the Chouaniers family's conservation story.
My grandfather and grandmother came over here from Canada in 1945, and they were dairy farmers themselves with a very small herd of 14 cows. My father ended up taking over the family farm, and he was very successful, produced more milk, made higher quality feeds. So I tried to make sure that I applied those to my farming style, and I'm making sure that I can pass those on to my son the same way. We are a fourth generation dairy farm. The neat thing about it is that out of all 4 generations, we all farm a little differently. I transitioned the farm to organic because I was looking for price stability and probably a little better quality of life. And once my son, Matt, decided to be on the farm full time, we transitioned the farm to 100% grass fed. We've been building the soils and building the herd health ever since, and it's been a very successful journey for us. Our farm is divided into different segments, and we have 145 acres that are designed just for intense grazing for the cows. They're grazing, they're mineralizing, and they're maintaining these acres throughout the summer as pasture acres. And then I have another segment that is used as harvested feeds, and we have a remaining like 200 acres for feed that we need to harvest to get us through the winter months when they're unable to be grazing out on pasture. We're pasturing our cows in the summer, we're harvesting all our winter feed, and we grow all our own bedding. That makes it nice because we're not relying on any outside sources. Our conservation journey started about 20 years ago. My dad and I were in the yard, and we had some USDA people stop in and said, hey, we have programs that can help you with your issues going on with the farm. And my dad and I sort of look at each other and we're saying, what issues? And through education and through a lot of meetings, they made us realize that Vermont is either a hillside or a riverbank, and we had both. It's been a journey for the past 20 years, but we are really proud of where we've brought the farm up to now. So one of our goals on the farm was to control the nutrients leaving and running off into the waterway. So we started out by controlling the nutrients in the barnyard. We put in a liquid manure pit. We put up rain gutters and catch basins to hold all the roof water, and we controlled that so it didn't mix with the dirty water coming out of the barnyards. We put up hoop barns so that the rain wouldn't mix in with the manure, and then following the nutrients out into the field was as important. So we created a nutrient management plan that is basically a recipe for us to follow, measuring the nutrients that are available and nutrients that the plants need, and creating buffers that will capture anything trying to leave the field so it doesn't reach the waterways was really important for us to do. Because the cows created so much damage on the riverbanks, we planted 5,000 trees on the farm solely to stabilize the bank that was already loosened up by the cows. So there was a healing process with the trees initially. We've now created a nice wildlife habitat on our riverbank to support birds, small animals, and we also shade the water so that it complements the fish in the river.
I remember the days when the riverbanks were bare, because we used to go sledding there, popular sledding hills for us. But it's been cool to see it transform through my lifetime from bare eroded riverbank to a lush rainforest almost.
So since I've been rotationally grazing, we've really improved our pasture acres. And by sectioning them off, you can control what they eat, but also they do a better job in that smaller area of mineralizing behind themselves, and then they move on. And by moving on, that grass can recover.
It's all about getting the highest quality feed into the cow and getting the most production out of your land and building soil and promoting biodiversity.
The beauty of intense grazing is that our fencing is very temporary. On our farm, we can be as many as 40 different paddocks on the farm because I'm looking for 40 days of rest for the grass, because it secures that I will have enough grass to make it through the whole summer. It didn't take me long to figure out, especially after transitioning to organic, that soil health is where it all starts. Because if I can keep my soil healthy, if I can keep it aerobic, if I can keep it mineralized, if I can keep it from being overly compacted, then I'm going to get some really healthy root system, and that's what's fueling any crop that I want to grow.
We're just trying to learn ways on how to build soil faster and stronger and on a larger scale now. We've always known how important soil is for the health of society, really.
I'm really excited that Matt wants to be a farmer and he's going to continue the family farm. We've diversified the farm in enough ways that if he's not successful milking cows so much, he might be successful in other ways of farming.
My whole life, I always planned on coming home to the farm. It was always a part of my life and part of who I was, and I strongly identified with it.
I think he's going to start at a much higher level of farming than I did, so I think that's going to set him up to succeed in a lot of different ways.
My dad's been really good about allowing me to take over certain aspects of the farm, and he's always there to mentor me.
I was really excited to hear that our farm won the Leopold Conservation Award. It shows that people appreciate the work we've done here.
He started with really no financial incentive other than just knowing that you're doing the right thing for the environment.
I enjoy being an advocate to improving water quality because I saw where we started and look forward to sharing our story with other people.
Thank you. That's incredible. I was asked to share a few words about why Guy and his family were chosen for this, but that video really does it far better than I could. My name is Nathan Latoile. I'm the New England director for American Farmland Trust. AFT is really proud to be a national sponsor of the Leopold Conservation Award, and I'm really proud of the relationship and what this has been able to provide us. Selfishly, it's been able to provide me an opportunity to learn so much about so many farms and farming families across New England as they themselves or their neighbors have put them forward for this award process. Those farmers who really recognize the burden that comes with land stewardship, that comes with land ownership. Those that recognize what has come before them and what their duties and their obligations as owners of that land are, and what needs to come behind them, what needs to happen after they're done with the land, who will be responsible for that next, and who will care for that land when they're done. And frankly, I think that as the review team was reading through the various applications, there were so many farmers who were doing a fabulous job of caring for their lands. But one of the many things that really stood out for us about Guy and his work was that recognition of both what they needed to do on their lands, but also what they needed to do in the community. The video didn't speak a whole lot about some of the other work that Guy does, and that really resonated with me. It did talk about the next generation that will happen on the farm. Matt's engagement on the farm, and Matt's position, but Guy also does work off the farm with a really, really cool program going to try to remember the name, A Watershed for Every Classroom project, which is a joint project in the region that brings farmers into classrooms, into elementary school classrooms, and talks about conservation practices and educates the future stewards of our watersheds about the importance of agriculture and the role that agriculture can play in keeping our air and our water and our communities clean and vibrant. And I think that really resonated as well, because like I said, we saw so many farmers who were taking care of their land, and the Cheniers are a perfect example of that. But there was also this other added element that really resonated with us. I would love to hear more from Guy and his family, so I think I'm going to cut my comments a little bit short and just leave it there, that commitment both on the land and off the land was really what resonated so well with us. Thank you, Spencer.
Hello, everybody. My turn?
Hello, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Wow. We are so happy to be here. This is truly a touching and amazing moment for us, for my family and I. And this is really an incredible award. We appreciate it so much. We have so many thanks to hand out. I'm going to start with that. Spencer, Nathan, and Christina, thank you for the beautiful remarks and the great intro. We really appreciate it. Tucker, for the amazing video. We so enjoyed spending 3 days with you filming that. It was worth every bit of it. Thank you so much, Tucker. Stacy Stabula and Julie Anderson from the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board, who did all the legwork in nominating us. This probably wouldn't have happened if they wouldn't have taken the time to do the paperwork and really promote us and help us get this nomination in. So thank you, Stacy and Julie. We want to thank Organic Valley as well for giving us a fair pay price. When you get a fair pay price, it allows you to do outside the box projects and things that help improve the farm. And you're not always, in survival mode. So we really thank Organic Valley for working so hard to helping us be prosperous as farmers. USDA and our Vermont State Ag Department really led a lot of the charges on the farm. We've done over 100 projects, and they really sparked a lot of these. They were really helpful with their programs and cost share, and they offer many perks such as engineering and technical assistance. So I do want to give them a lot of credit as well. I want to thank my wife. I'm sure she wasn't expecting that, but with these 100 projects, she's had to listen to every one of them for the past 29 years. So I thank her for supporting us and myself for just helping me, encourage me to keep moving forward, because there is a lot of hours and a lot of effort in doing some of these projects, especially when you have to milk your cows twice a day. But especially, I want to thank you. I want to thank you to the Sand County Foundation for choosing us as this year's recipient of the Leopold Conservation Award. We are truly honored to be part of this community of conservation pioneers, past and present. These are incredible people. I do want to start by dedicating this award to my father, Henry Schwanier, who passed away in 2017. This conservation journey started with him over 30 years ago. He was definitely a land steward himself and always worked in a direction to improve water quality on our farm. My dad always cooperated with regulation and did it with an open mind. And that's not easy to do sometimes. But that instilled into me that building relationships with organizations that can help you with bigger issues on the farm, such as water quality and soil conservation, it can be very helpful. And I'm proud to say, when addressing farm issues today, it's still a team effort, and now that includes my son, Matthew. Conservation practices started out by repairing our farm, Now it means building resiliency to climate change and building off all the programs and projects we've done for the past 20 years. What started out being a necessity has turned into a passion. Receiving the Leopold Conservation Award strengthens our mission to support regenerative agriculture as we move forward. And we hope to continue to improve the ecosystem on our farm in a way that produces nutrient-dense food, and hope that this inspires others to do the same. Thank you so much to the Sand County Foundation for recognizing us as this year's recipients of the Leopold Conservation Award. And we hope to meet many of you as we continue this journey. Thank you so much, everybody.
Congratulations to Guy, Beth, and Matthew for this award and this recognition. Watching that video was really inspiring. And I think seeing some examples of what you've been doing on the ground through the generations is really wonderful for all of us to see as a community, and to be a real model and a steward for farmers into the future. This morning, our keynote speaker, Parker McMullen, showed us how sick people are indicative of sick land, and drew this connection between the capacity of a community and the people in the land to all be well and to be healed together. And that we have to heal injustices, and that's at the core of our common future. And the Chenier family is showing us through their video and through their work and through Guy's remarks, just how healing the land from past practices can feed the community and our families and restore the health to the soil and the land. For me, there's a central message in both of these stories we've heard today, and from the rest of the speakers as well, that as a community of conservationists and social activists and leaders, we collectively have the responsibility to acknowledge where we've come from, what we may have gotten wrong in the past, and what we can do together in the future. And I think that spirit is true on the farm and in our communities and in the organizations that we all represent, that we're all striving for a more integrated, more just future for our families and our communities. So congratulations again to the Chenier family. It's really great to see you here today. And as we close this celebration, I want to just again acknowledge and thank the leaders of the award program and our co-sponsors, including the Sand County Foundation, American Farmland Trust, New England Forestry Foundation, Farm Credit East, David and Ann Ingram, Yale School of the Environment, and Whole Foods. And I now want to turn the program back to Katie Blake.
Thanks, Spencer, and congratulations again, Guy and family. It was a really inspiring video, and certainly a well-deserved award. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So it's my pleasure to introduce our second panel, Guiding Principles for Scaling Up Community-Driven Land Justice and Conservation Outcomes. Right now, I'd like to welcome to the virtual stage our moderator for the next panel, Joy Gary, and give a brief intro about her. Joy is the Executive Director of the Boston Farms Community Land Trust, where she leads a team in transforming vacant urban land, into collective opportunity and supporting neighborhood farmers to grow the food that sustains us. As a lifelong Boston resident, Joy has dedicated her time to supporting regenerative systems development, food justice, and education through urban agriculture products and projects. I've only had a limited time to meet Joy in preparation for this panel, but I know with my cap on as RCP coordinator here in the Connecticut, New York region, I'm definitely going to be wanting to pick your brain some more after this gathering about some of the work we're doing in our cities here. But welcome, Joy. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Katie. I'm excited to be here.
We're going to be going back to Mentimeter to gather up what you all see is working to connect people more to the land. And Diane is going to launch our Mentimeter. And as a reminder, if you're just joining us for the day, we've been using this awesome application that Diane has posted here on various ways to access the Mentimeter. And it's also been dropped into the chat, the link. And there's a code there. And so in a phrase or sentence, share what you see is working to increase people's connection to the land and or to issues of justice. But you might need sort of time to compress and think about what you were talking about in your small groups. Joy and I are going to be looking at your responses, seeing how they connect to other parts of the gathering and our themes that we've been hearing and seeing. And I know our panelists will be reflecting on what you share here in their comments when we kick it over to the panel. So, seeing, listening, sharing stories about the land, absolutely. Definitely heard that from our first panel. Heard a lot of stories about connections to the land by sharing those stories. Agreeing, Diane, it's up in the, if you wanted to highlight that. Yep. And Joy, can you see the slide that Diane's sharing in the Zoom?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, great.
It's a viewing issue.
No worries. I know there's a lot in here too, so anything that jumps out at you, Joy, for sure, and that resonates with your work with the Land Trust.
Oh, environmental and nature education programming in various municipalities, schools, and libraries across the county, spanning demographics and trying to get the younger generation excited and interested. That seems like something that both resonated in the group that I was in, and seems to be kind of a consistent theme, particularly the young people. Engagement piece.
I'm seeing a couple things about relationships, transformational, not transactional, working to build genuine relationships. That's definitely, I heard that theme throughout today as well.
Transforming who has ownership and tenure and equity, which has been, of course, the theme of the entire conference, but naming that is always helpful.
And while we're all kind of scanning, I wanted to share again that we will be sharing these responses. I know it's a lot for everyone to be able to take in, but we'll definitely be sharing this with everyone after the gathering in our follow-up so that you can sit with them, really read everything.
Green, the increasing openness to the need for reparations and rematriation. Definitely a theme happening here, and also connecting with Indigenous people and connecting them back to the land.
Mm. Connection and access, hearing and seeing a lot of that through stories, through what people were sharing today, and I'm sure what we'll hear about in just a couple of minutes. Feel free, if you're kind of still mid-sentence or have thoughts that haven't quite formulated, to keep adding. But I hope this was a very insightful and inspiring exercise for you. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Joy, to open up our panel, where I know our speakers, again, will be reflecting on what you all just shared. And you may have been in a room with one of the panelists. So thank you for participating and for bringing your full selves. And Joy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Katie. We have an exciting group of panelists here. Starting off is Nick Geerton, the Senior Policy Fellow at Desegregate Connecticut. And then we also have Ian McSweeney, who is the Director of Agrarian Trust. And then there is Nick Richardson, who is the Executive Director of Vermont Land Trust, and Sheila Vargas, who is the Government and Community Relations Manager of the Nature Conservancy. Thank you all for joining us. So we're just going to get right into it. There have been quite a few different themes that we have seen in the Mentimeter, and just wanted to start off with a question, putting it out to you. What is working and connecting people to land and to aspects of land justice for you and your organization? And I'm going to kick it off to Sheila first to be able to answer that question for us.
I had a feeling that was coming. Thanks, Joy. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on the panel with you all. Nice to see you, Ian, Nick, and Nick. So as Joy said, my name is Sheila Vargas. I'm the Government and Community Relations Manager at the Nature Conservancy. And I actually took down some notes when I saw what folks were putting in the Mentimeter, which is an amazing tool. And I'm definitely going to co-opt that for our next conference or get together. But I think I had two favorites that were on there. I had a lot of favorites. And this is, I would say, resonates with the work that I'm doing in community outreach in TNC, New Hampshire here. And I'm based in Manchester, New Hampshire, for those of you familiar with the state. So I loved the not everyone wants to look at songbirds, kind of meeting people where they're at. I loved that. And a lot about representation and authentic relationships. Specifically, my favorite was simple outreach and invitation. So I can go into the project that I'm going to be focusing on a little bit more in depth later on. But one thing that we've heard is just the fact that we have that simple outreach and invitation is such a game changer. And in order to do that in an authentic way, what I've done is I've pulled up my own chair to existing tables instead of trying to ask people to come to us, and also just acknowledge the fact that the Nature Conservancy hasn't historically been at the table for a lot of these conversations. So that way you're coming to this in an authentic way, saying, I know we haven't been at the table before, but we would love to build a relationship now. We'd love to get your input on this project. And just that simple outreach and, again, invitation has really worked for us.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Sheila. Nick Richardson, would you be able to go next and share your thoughts around that question?
Absolutely, Joy. Thanks. Great to see everybody. And my career started out at Dorchester High School running a youth organizing project.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm to see you coming from Mattapan, it's great to see you, and I'd love to connect on that at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So really excited to be in this conversation. I think in our small group, how do we know what's working, or what are some of the things that are working? Came up, and this wonderful answer came up, which is like, we don't know. I don't know what's working yet. And I think that there's something that's just really kind of honest and beautiful about that. Maybe that's a place we need to start and spend more time in as a community. I think we're very good at working and delivering when we know what the answers are. And part of this work, I think, around justice and around really grappling with the legacy and the present of the land conservation movement is going to take us into places of unknowing. And so I think that's one thing that could actually really work in our favor, is to cultivate a real openness to not knowing the answer.
Well, that Powerful. Thank you so much for that. And Ian, would you be able to also share just your thoughts around the question? And feel free to ask if you need a repeat.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Joy, and thanks everyone for attending and those on the panel as well. So really, yeah, to expand on what you were just sharing, Nick, like, you know, we don't know what's working. I hope we can be honest and courageous to understand what's not working, and the fact that if we continue on many of the paths we're on, where we will be in a decade, in a century, you know, the earth can't withstand that. And we need to come to that honest realization that, you know, even our best efforts and our best intentions will bring us to the brink of extinction if we don't change our paths. And so what's working is being courageous and taking steps towards change and moving in directions that center land decisions around those that have you know, generations and thousands of years of knowledge built up in the land, and recognizing our lack of depth in knowledge in what we hold in this work as conservation community, in the work we hold individually as any of us in this world. And really, how do we collaborate with one another to expand the impact of what we're doing? How do we learn from one another to grow and evolve what we're doing? And I think that, you know, for me, being a white male in a position of power, finding ways to listen to others is really important. Finding ways to support and step back from power or share that power in ways that are equitable is so critical to a path forward.
Yes, thank you so much, Ian, for that. Nick Gearden, would you also be willing to share what has been working for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Joy, and it's great to be here and share space with everyone today. I think to one of the points Ian was just making about, you know, amplifying impact as well. For me, there's a growing sort of notion of the interconnectivity of how issues that maybe are seen, you know, traditionally or in the past in silos, whether it's conservation, housing access, housing affordability, economic opportunity. You know, when we think about community wellness and when we think about inequities in what people have access to when it comes to housing, how that is a part of a broader sense of the systems that make decisions about land access, about, you know, the rules and the laws and the regulations that govern how we build. You know, Joy, you and I were in our breakout room together, and you were saying, thinking about how we can more thoughtfully design and build, right? It's being a key part of really thinking through what the future can be, so that more people do have greater access to land, to the services that, you know, certain communities enjoy, right, and that others have been historically denied. So just really thinking through how in a more holistic manner these different aspects that affect wellness individually and at the community level can really be self-reinforcing and collective.
Yeah, thank you for that. I kind of want to go back to a little bit of what Nick Richardson said, and said that we don't know, or there was someone who in Mentimeter said that we don't know exactly what's working. What do you think, how do we get to a place of getting to a deeper sense of humility, and then getting more out of that process, processing that humility, and moving towards more elements of change? And anyone who feels free, who wants to take that up.
Oh, I mean, that's such a good question. If you don't mind, I'll just jump in. I mean, Joy, I think it doesn't come easy to any of us. And, you know, everybody, I think, every one of us will struggle with humility. And maybe, you know, that the word that's gotten a lot of traction right now and is maybe overexposed, but I think is the right one, vulnerability, is so essential if we're really going to start to change not just what we do, but how we conceptualize who it is we're in service to, and what the outcomes of this work can be and should be. That I think for all of us involves, there's a group of us working on this in Vermont. We sort of describe it as there's organizational work and there's personal work. And the organizational work around equity and justice cannot move faster than your personal work does around recognizing how you've benefited or how you've been engaged in a system of privilege. And that is maybe humility is in there, certainly a profoundly humbling, and I'll say at times extremely uncomfortable process. For us, some of the things I think that have allowed that to flourish and to move forward is folks like Amber Arnold, who is with you this morning. And Amber has been an incredible force for change in our state. For me personally, for the Vermont Land Trust as an organization as a whole. And I think that's the sort of, in some ways, the personal upside is this incredible joy and energy that can come from realizing just how far it is we have to go as a movement. And I think it's a very difficult thing to take on, but it's so essential if we're really going to make progress.
Thank you for that. I guess also just to sort of add on to that, the initial question, are there other ways that you feel like change happens? We did note vulnerability, humility, taking courageous steps. Can you illustrate something that's happened in your organization, in your work, or a story that sort of illustrates how you've seen change happen, even if it's in what you feel like a small scale?
I'm happy to step in on this one, if that's all right. I'll try to be brief, although I'm Puerto Rican, so I've been known to be pretty chatty. So this is certainly on a smaller scale here in New Hampshire. So before I was on board with the Nature Conservancy, we built an accessible trail in the Ossipee Lakes region, and we just built it using the guidelines that anyone can find on Google or the interwebs. Didn't really engage the community at all. And then I was brought on board about a month before we opened the trail and did a ribbon cutting, and was asked to, have a big ribbon cutting event and get a lot of people from the community there. So I asked, okay, let me see the list of the folks that you consulted with before and during the project, and there was no such list. So to my dismay, I let them know I let the staff know, next time we really do need to do this community outreach first before putting pen to paper, and really just hear from the users that we seek to use our trail, what they would like in order to use it. Nothing about us without us. I'm sure you've all heard that saying. So we are now wrapping up construction on our second accessible trail in Manchester, which is the largest city in New Hampshire. We happen to be lucky enough to own and manage 640 acres of land in Manchester. And so we figured that building an accessible trail that close to an urban population, connecting people with nature, which is one of our overarching goals, was a good idea. But we really wanted to be thoughtful in the way that we approached it. And so learning from the mistake that we made in Ossipee, we made sure to engage with the community very early on. We held listening sessions with different affinity groups that were led by individuals who felt like they were representing those groups, not by TNC staff. And some examples I know someone put in the chat, what tables did you pull up your own chair to? And how did you reach out to them? Just really quickly, some of the listening sessions that we held were called Black in Nature, LGBTQ plus in nature, physical access to nature, and active seniors in nature. And so having, for example, active seniors, someone from AARP New Hampshire moderate that discussion for Black in Nature, having the NAACP involved in that conversation, physical access, having the Disability Rights Center executive director moderate that discussion. So just really making sure that we were able to hear from the community. What are your barriers to nature before we break ground on this project? And I think for us, that's a smaller scale example of how, you know, we went into the RCP build with great intentions, but oftentimes great intentions aren't enough. And so this second project, really making sure we're being thoughtful and authentic and trying to not just build relationships to maintain or to build this trail, but also how are we going to maintain them after the fact? So TNC doesn't just buy land and do something and then up and leave, which we've been historically known for.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Sheila. I feel like that was a really powerful example of putting the community first.
Yeah, and I just expand upon that a little bit and highlight what you've both shared is the more we can center things in community and have the work come from community upward, the more important, and the more we can recognize that this is multi-generation work. And many times a change happens with generations when new ED comes into place at an organization that's from a younger generation. The transformations that are possible at that point in time are profound and really are not possible before that time. So how do we, as you know, where many of us sit in some of the oldest demographic states in the nation, how do we recognize the diversity in age and the diversity in race that really is not well represented within the conservation community by and large, but is not represented within our states either? So how do we recognize that and build for and move towards the future that hopefully we all are sharing a vision of, which is diverse and is equitable and is just?
Yeah, and I would just say, I think as a related point, a lot of the spaces where the official decisions about planning, conservation, like those spaces can often contain like a lot of very highly technical, you know, planning jargon, and it can be like a very challenging environment for somebody who's just trying to, you know, live their daily life to, you know, take part in, right? Like so many of the processes that allow for public engagement, community engagement in the official sense, to Sheila and Ian's points, are not necessarily like helpful in the sense of being able to engage broadly and deeply, right? And so I think for us at Desegregate Connecticut, and a lot of our advocacy outreach work that we've done over the last year to link how zoning and development regimes affect housing affordability, access to land, you know, it's having more meetings, you know, with residents, with everyday people, just to work through how these systems function, and then, you know, empower people, you know, to be in these very technical spaces and be able to speak to their lived experiences and how those systems do affect them, right? So it's creating a language and a set of resources and tools for people to be able to advocate effectively, you know, with decision makers or other officials.
I think what I'm hearing in that, Nick, and I just want to tie back to something you said, Sheila, just sort of loved your mapping out of, you know, the project before and then the project after. Yeah. And you used words like authentic and bringing the community in, but there's another thing that you did that was so different, which was just straight up listening and like privileging listening and input early on in the process. And allowing the project to really be informed by that. And I still think that's kind of a radical idea in our space. It's kind of surprising that it would be, but I think that it is. And it's also like, so it leads to such good outcomes when you're able to do it, I think. And we found that there was you were talking about bridge, the pathway, and there's a bridge that we have built in a town called Newport, way up in the northern part of the state. And Newport's a community that's had a lot of struggles, and also has just an amazing community and set of people. And when we first started working in that community, about 8 or 9 years ago, there's a lot of resistance to the Vermont Land Trust coming in. We weren't seen as being a trusted partner. And it was spending time, getting people on the ground, being there in the evening, going to, I love the way that you describe that, going to, other tables, not just setting up our own. Like these are the things that work. And they're community organizing tools that are very familiar and straightforward. And it's great to see them kind of coming into conservation and starting to really be used in a much broader way. So I think those are some of the things that are just really exciting to see that we're building. I think as a movement, we are, slowly building capacity to do this work in a really different way. I think it's going to lead to different things. And maybe we'll get to this part of the conversation too, but I think kind of strategically, it's so important for our movement.
Nick and Joy, if I could just step in, I would love to highlight something that Nick Gurton said around empowering individuals to feel like they belong in some of these more technical spaces. I just love that. And I just really appreciate Nick bringing that to light, because I come from a community organizing background. I did horribly in my environmental science classes. I'm not very familiar with a lot of these terms. And oftentimes I have found that individuals who are very science or conservation minded, they're thinking like, oh, we need to put this into layman's terms for normal people to understand, when in reality, the normal people are the majority that we can't mitigate climate change without. And so it's the scientists who really need to look at how they're talking about things, both internally and externally, and really make sure that we're bringing people into the equation. So thank you for that, Nick.
Yeah, thank you for that so much. And thank you, Sheila, for bringing that principle back around. And I also wanted to kind of move and think about discussing some guiding principles and practices. I know that some were names. What are some best practices that you think that would be applicable to other organizations, particularly when organizations are thinking about moving forward with a project? Time constraints tend to be a problem. How do you navigate that, and how do you prioritize the community in your processes?
Yeah, it's a real balance, right? Because relationship building and building of trust is a long-term endeavor, especially when there's been generational trauma inflicted by many in the conservation community against others. And so how do we rebuild and create trust when much of our work is focused on things that are very short-term, quick response? Land and money transact very quickly in our society, and even more quickly by the day. So the balance needed to kind of build relationship and trust on the human side, but transact work on the financial and real estate side is a challenge. And first, recognizing that, I think, is important, and calling that forward into the room, and realizing that multiple efforts are needed, and that one project or one conversation or meeting is not going to accomplish all. So how do you kind of build the path forward in all respects, acknowledging the time frame needed for each?
Yeah, I just add two things, Joy, quickly. I mean, I think in terms of how do we move forward here and build the capacities and skills that we need in order to keep this work going forward. You were talking about principles, right? And I sort of see that as what are the things that we need to be doing or building. We need to really diversify our staffs and our boards. That has probably been the single most important change that's been happening at the Vermont Land Trust, and there's no substitute for it. And there's all kinds of conditions, and you have to deal with tokenism and extraction. Thank goodness, we have to actually embrace these as problems and figure them out, but they can't be obstacles to really making that change. And we won't make enough progress. We won't actually be held accountable. We won't really be able to change in the way that we need to unless we're able to really take that on as a movement. I think the other thing is, we have to internalize this. And, the quote that I'll just share a quote comes to mind is Lila Watson, the Aboriginal artist and organizer. She has this beautiful quote I'm sure folks have heard: "If you've come to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you've come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together." And I just keep that with me and challenge myself with it every day. I think it's, we got to get to that. We got to get to that level.
Definitely.
Yeah, I would say to that point too, Nick, one of the more recent efforts we've undertaken is doing more work around supporting individuals who want to be a part of, either like a land use board, for example, right? Like young people, like historically, many of these organizations, groups, decision makers are dominated by a very certain privileged voice, right? And so like what we're trying to do at this point is change that. And so what you have to do is provide the infrastructure and build that infrastructure with other people so you can privilege different voices in those rooms, in those spaces. And whether that's, running for a land use board or commission, or whether that is, being able to organize in those meetings and show up to those meetings and dictate a very different conversation than what maybe historically has unfolded.
Exactly. Yeah, just I think I also want to kind of pull in some comments that came in the chat. One was how there needs to be more support for BIPOC-led organizations, which I think just speak to the point of needing to see BIPOC leadership in the conservation sphere, but also organizations that are on the ground doing work in that sphere that's not normally considered conservation, but that has been doing that work for 15, 20, 30, 50 years. And so just to that point, I just wanted to note that. And I think in all spheres of work, there are challenges, and we find out in the work that we're doing that there's some things that we're making, that mistakes that we're consistently making. And I think some of them were named, but what are some mistakes that you've made that you feel like, or that has been made in your sphere that you feel like that you're learning from and that will make changes, that are focusing your changes for the future?
I can go first. So I just wanted to actually piggyback off of Chris's comment in the chat, and I apologize for my dramatic lighting that I have going on here. The shades aren't closed all the way, but I think something that was happening, and I'm only speaking for the Nature Conservancy in New Hampshire. We have business units basically in every state in North America or in the United States, but we were not providing individuals an opportunity to figure out where they can best plug in with our organization. We were giving them maybe one or two options: give us money or help us steward our lands as unpaid volunteers. And if you would like to join our board, that's also an unpaid position with a lot of commitment. Like there wasn't a lot of options. And so I really just appreciate Chris helping us segue into this next question with his comment that not everyone knows they can be a part of an initiative and what part they can play and why even. And so that's something that I have been trying to do with our Manchester Cedar Swamp All Persons Trail, is really provide an a la carte menu to individuals of how they can engage with us in our work. And that spans the bracket. If you want to donate, go ahead. If you want to post about our trail on social media and tell your friends and family about it, that is just as powerful and just as important to connecting people to nature. If you want to write a letter to the editor, if you want to call your local officials and say, this trail's amazing, I'm so excited it's going to be in my neighborhood and I'm going to have access to nature and I can bring my child with mobility issues, that is also just being a part of our community. So really for us, I think we're focusing on stepping back from what do we need from the community and stepping towards how can this community be engaged in our work in a way that fits best for them and their lives?
Thank you for that. That was an excellent frame. How can the community be involved in this work?
I can share as well. I think so. Yeah. So I volunteer with Desegregate, but my full-time job is with a community development organization that works in several different communities. And so one of the points that Ian was making earlier about the level of urgency and the scale of the problems that we're confronting, for me in my professional full-time job, there's often like this tendency to think, well, it's worked in this community, so how can we apply something similar in another community, right? And I think runs counter to so many of the ideas and principles and values that we're saying we hold here around, like, the community needs to be in the driver's seat. And so coming from a tendency of how can we scale, how can we grow impact, right? There's like this copy and paste tendency that I've, had to really try and confront. And ultimately, I'm grateful, to Adrienne Marie Brown in terms of thinking about emergent strategy and how can many people be simultaneously doing the work, right? And thinking about impact at a widespread level, that isn't just one organization that is like transplanting the same thing over and over again. So.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Joy, if I could just jump right in and then I'll mute, I promise. But to Nick's point again, Nick, you and I have to work together on something, I think. But to his point, communities aren't cookie cutters. Like, so many individuals ask me, Sheila, this is such a great project. You did so much work engaging with the community. How did you do it so I can recreate it for this project or for our organization? But I always tell them, community engagement is not a cookie cutter process. So just wanted to echo what Nick said about, while you may have a frame or a template, get ready for that to change depending on who you're talking to.
Yeah. And not only are communities different, but the stages of readiness, preparedness, interest in, moving something forward are different from one community to the next. And I think part of that gets at kind of this next question that sticks with me a lot. We're always asked how to scale up this, great work. How are you going to scale it up and do more of that? But my take is we need to stop that. Like, that's destroying our planet. Like, we need to think about how do we scale out instead of up. And scale out meaning meet communities where they're at in the stage of change that they're at, and meet them for who they are and let them lead the work, and bring forward, the model that you created somewhere else or the work you're doing as an example of what could be carried forward, but let each community take the effort and move it forward at the pace and with the values they hold true.
Yeah, exactly. And I guess we can kind of bridge out that question. How do we scale out? How do we change that paradigm and scale out these ideas? Do you see any scaling out happening already in your organization as well?
Joy, I think that's a great question. And it kind of gets back to the mistake one too, which, oh man, it's easy to move off of that to something different. But we continue to make mistakes it's kind of like it's just what we do. We make mistakes in this area, we learn, we get better. We don't let it diminish our commitment. I think that's a really important piece of this. In terms of scaling out, I love that frame. To me, I think this is a lot about building capacity in other organizations and not building capacity within our organization. So really thinking about expanding the resources that are available and support other efforts that we can be in partnership with. And I think that's a really important part of where the Vermont Land Trust is going, and where I think conservation organizations in general have a huge opportunity to go if we can really embrace it. I know we all feel scarcity, and yet, as a movement, as a set of organizations, we have incredible access to resources. We're in an incredibly privileged position. And so how do we start to get some of those resources flowing to other organizations that we're working with, that maybe we want to be in partnership with, or that we see as doing really important work related to land, that don't have those resources or that access? How do we start to change that paradigm a little bit? And, again, not to sort of focus overly on Amber and her presentation this morning, but I think that's a really good example. The Suzu Collective is just a phenomenal organization that is running, on a small percentage of what the Vermont Land Trust runs on every year. Additional resources flowing to them, I think, can have really transformational impacts, and that's something that we're working on with them. There are half a dozen organizations, here in Vermont that I think are very similar, that are BIPOC-led, that have come up with really powerful agendas and theories of change. And maybe scaling out is about really working to support and build capacity in them very authentically, rather than trying to build up our capacity to engage in those areas.
So I think too, the first step in scaling out is to let go of power, right? And let go of holding the decisions, let go of holding authority, let go of hoarding assets, and sharing those equitably out with others. And that's where it starts. And in doing that, believing that equally every community, every organization is equal and has rights to all of those resources and assets that one organization might have. And and that can be transformational in many ways.
Yeah, I was just going to say that 100% is at least what we're thinking here at TNC New Hampshire. I think for us, having a state director and a management team who's really open to having these uncomfortable conversations and are doing innovative things, such as our state director has decided to put some funds aside for an innovation fund. And so those funds can be used for innovative community-led projects, and just having leadership that understands the personal DEIJ journey is just as important as the organizational journey, and getting the board involved. For us, those have really, I think, helped us have this concrete foundation as to why we're doing this work, so that it's coming from a genuine place, and it's not coming from a place of wanting to do something that looks nice externally. I think there's a big difference between public relations work and public engagement work, and so really trying to define those.
I think I'd also just make a quick plug for how good it feels. So, in some ways you could look at these principles that we're talking about, like give your resources away, go on an uncomfortable journey, get used to feel having sort of your whole perspective on things shifted and changed and the ground pulled out from underneath you. Like, it doesn't necessarily sound like a vacation, or like something that you're excited to go on. But I have to tell you, it's just been a remarkable, incredible experience for our organization. And it's energizing for our team. It's unlocked all these opportunities to partner with people in different ways. It's really shifted how we think about, the work, the mission, the work that we're doing. It brings kind of a sense of integrity to it. And there's pain along the way for sure, but it's like it's a clean pain that goes with really kind of moving into the work that you're meant to be doing. And I just think it's such an important thing to do, but it's also it's a move and a reckoning that has an incredible amount of joy associated with it. And so I would just urge people I know we're all here, so kind of preaching to the choir on this one, but I don't think we talk enough about just how good it feels to really engage with these issues that we all know are there under the surface, and to kind of bring them up and do creative things with them.
Thank you for that, Nick. I think you're just highlighting how it is a painful journey, but it is a beautiful one, and it's kind of an invitation into that journey. I think we wanted to also probably get into the mode of starting to think about what are some guiding next steps that you would want people to leave here with. Maybe extending that time a little bit. So if you had a few things what are things people can work on and leave here working on to be able to make some of the changes, and scaling out instead of scaling up, and making sure community is at the center of the work that they're doing.
I can just hop in and say, for us, making sure that we're very clear on why we're doing this outreach work and engagement work has been very helpful. It's been a guiding light for us. It's been something that our staff has been able to point to and say, this is our North Star, this is why we're doing this work, and this is how it connects to our overarching mission and vision. So really taking some time to figure out, why do you want to reach out to this community about this, and that will help you in the conversation as well. And the other thing is, I always tell people, ask more questions, ask, don't tell. So just make sure you're asking and not assuming. And someone asked, how did you do the outreach? And I did cold calls. Mostly I come from a community organizing background, so I had built-in relationships. I asked a lot of questions. I said, who else should I be talking to? And I went into every single conversation not assuming that anyone knew or knows who the Nature Conservancy is, because the facts are, the communities that I went into, no one knew who the Nature Conservancy was, and we've been in New Hampshire for 20 years. So really approaching these conversations from a place of humility and asking, have you heard of the Nature Conservancy? What do you know about the organization? And not just assuming that everyone knows us.
Thank you so much, Sheila.
I think Sheila mentioned this earlier in terms of applying some different practices on specific projects. For us, a lot of times we're trying to more often pair like data or research with like tangible next step actions that anybody can take as well, right? So it's like, if we're gonna put out research, or if we're gonna try and share an understanding of like the implications of, housing segregation or exclusionary zoning, right? We're also trying to pair that with, what can you as an everyday person be doing in the short term, right? That doesn't feel inaccessible, that feels like it's something that you can play a part in. And to an earlier point in the comment, like, making sure that everybody does feel like they have a part that can be played in this conversation as well. So I think it's like, it's pairing like more research, more materials, more data with the ability to move forward and influence things in whatever space that a person can find themselves in.
I think the more we can recognize all the resources and assets we have individually, as people, as organizations, as conservation community, and we can live into a kind of an open source sharing of those with others, the better we'll be. Like, we need to stop kind of the exclusionary hoarding of assets, whether it be land, money, or knowledge. So, being open to share is important. I think focusing on a human scale, community scale of change, and stop thinking in this scaling up and broader picture of accelerated, fast-paced work is important as well. And I think the more we can collaborate across organizations that exist here, across all those that are not part of this event, but are working in our communities and regions, the better.
Joy, I'm not sure I have a comprehensive answer to this question because it goes in so many different directions, but I have a very specific one. Something that we did here that's had a beautiful impact is opening up the lands that the Vermont Land Trust owns in fee, which is a significant amount of land in Vermont, maybe 20,000 acres or so, to providing a broad access right to Indigenous people to walk on land, to gather medicine, to do ceremony, and it's an affirmative right and a permanent one. It's not an easement, but as long as the land is owned by the Vermont Land Trust, then these rights will be be maintained. And I think important in that we don't create any definition about what indigeneity is. And so, we also allow people to just identify that for themselves, which I think is a really important part of the conversation. And it's actually not even without controversy, which I'm surprised by, but it's something that we've put out there, and I think has been really well received by the bands of the Abenaki here in Vermont, Indigenous people in Indakana, which is Vermont and New York and parts of New Hampshire. And so, that's just a very specific, and it was done, and the land use was created in partnership with the chiefs and tribal leaders of the different bands of the Abenaki. So they were involved in the conversation and work to create that. So I think it's just like, from that's come a lot of different relationship building, a lot of work, some additional land access projects. We're developing land sovereignty programs for all of the bands, but I think we're with all of the bands, but that step of just allowing for land access and making it a publicly stated affirmative right that was co-created with the tribes here was really powerful. And I think is something that almost every RCP could do, because there are Indigenous people everywhere in this country.
Thank you so much for sharing that. As we're getting ready to wrap up, I just want to say thank you all for sharing your work and your heart and the things that you've been doing on the ground that has been making an impact and just modeling for us a little bit of what we can do to make the comprehensive changes that we're really wanting to see lived out in the world, and just kind of reiterating that we should have a high level of humility, or stepping into humility, not being afraid of the pain of the process, but that the journey is worth it. And being willing to ask and listen seems to be a theme of this conversation and many of the conversations that were had here today. So we just thank you all for sharing your knowledge and your work and wisdom. And I'm going to pass it off to Katie Blake to help to wrap up the fullness of this conversation.
Thanks, Joy, and thank you, everybody. I saw so much synergy with this conversation. I wrote so many things down, and just love this conversation. And thank you. Thanks for taking the time and for bringing everything that you have to the table. Thank you, Joy, for being our guide in this conversation. And I heard so many practical ways that things that I can bring to my work. And I hope that everybody listening did as well. And I'm sure that they did. This has been just a fabulous day, and just a great end cap to that day. So again, thank you. We are winding into our last 10 minutes or so of the program. So just, if you're still here with us, stay on just a few more minutes. We're going to do a fun group photo too, because it's Zoom, and we're going to do our best to do that. And the next one or the one after will be in person, I'm sure. So again, a huge thank you to our speakers, our moderators, Keynote, all of you for showing up. And now I'm joined by Bill, who has some closing words for us. So just hang with us and take it.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. We'll start with just a brief, you and I having a conversation of what we realized from today that we were surprised by. And so maybe you could start with that.
Yeah, I think, again, I wrote so many things down, but one of the biggest things that not having really had this depth of conversation about land justice with my own peers beyond, us at Highstead or some of the groups that I lead, but really not getting this deep into it. I saw so much openness, humility, vulnerability. I know that word was used, struggle, honesty, and felt really encouraged. I don't think surprised is the word, but I think really encouraged and hopeful, because what we heard this morning and I think throughout the day is land justice is core to conservation. It's not separate. Just as we are part of our environment, we're not separate. So that's sticking with me. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of very similar to what I was feeling like. I know when we set up this conference, everybody, this is back last kind of winter, spring, thinking about environmental justice and its relationship to conservation. And we were thinking, oh, well, let's focus on land justice. Not fully understand, honestly, did we know what land justice meant? Not really. We had a sense of it. We had a sense that it was, if you think about the future of conservation, of course it has to be central, right? But, and trusting that by the time the gathering came and we brought the speakers together and the moderators, that we would have a greater sense of that. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, I really feel like all of you did just a wonderful job in kind of opening up, in a sense, your hearts to us, because honestly, that's the biggest surprise that I had. I felt like, conservation can be a very heady thing. It's a very intellectual thing, it can be. And I forgot about the land. I forgot my own connection to the land. And it was through, conversations with Cassius and with, certainly the panelists, and then today, that I think we all recognize that, as Nick said, the next steps for us could be actually better than we could even imagine. I mean, beyond the pain, this challenge of making mistakes, okay, so you're uncomfortable, so what? You move forward anyway, because you know it's the right thing to do. So in some ways, like what I was hearing is, and this is something I was discussing with the RCP Network Steering Committee yesterday. It's like, do we know what next year is going to be like? Nope. Do we have a vision for it? Not really. That's different already. Just thinking, okay, we're going to respond to what our community says. This is kind of where we need to go. All right, that's what we'll do. I mean, so be able to not have to have the answers. That's really key. And then also to recognize, I wrote this down, surrendering what we know is contributing to inequities. Like being willing to surrender. It's contributing to it. It's part of the problem. Can you surrender? I think that's really important to just own up to that. So with that, I think in the next steps, I think we're going to do a little evaluation and then one final Mentimeter question after that. But know that we're going to collect all this information from the gathering, all your notes, all the transcripts, and get this information to you. But we're also going to have recorded video. That'll all be there for you as well. Katie, take it away for the evaluation.
Yeah, so we would love to see how we did today and how you feel we met our outcomes. Bill outlined in the beginning of the gathering. To send you off with this fun tool we've been using all day. I know Diane's got our Mentimeter queued up. The code again is there. And I think we can drop that into the chat if you missed that. The code is also, there it is in the chat. So chime in, let us know how you thought it went and if goals and thoughts you had coming in were met. We met our outcomes, and it can't be stated enough how much we want to thank you for bringing all of yourself, for participating, for attending, bringing your attention, bringing your questions, bringing your experience into the full group and into our small groups. So thank you. So it's looking like we did some good meeting of outcomes. That's great.
Yep, that's great. Are we ready for our last, or do you have other things you want to?
Yeah, a couple other things. Or just that we did want to mention. Bill again mentioned this in the morning about our Padlet. So to continue this conversation, this is just the beginning. I sense this will be a theme woven throughout the rest of our gatherings and our work. But we have a a Padlet, which is this really cool application. It's embedded in the story map. We'll throw the link to that in the chat box. It's under the heading, "Will you join us?" And it's just a way to continue this conversation with each other. And it's this neat application. It allows you to attach images or documents, however your brain works best, words or images, articles, things like that speak to you, things you want to know about others, questions you want to pose, actions you're taking or going to take. We'd love to hear from you as we sort of an immediate place to put, like, how do we keep this conversation going? That's one of the places where you can put that energy, and then we'll be, again, as Bill said, following up with you. We do also have the SAF credits. We're going to put that link into the chat as well. Sign-in sheet to offer those credits, those seeking those CFEs. That's in the chat box now. I think it's your name and your email. And we do have a final Mentimeter.
Great. Because of this gathering, what are you inspired to do? Figured this would be an inspirational way to close out the gathering. Get uncomfortable.
If they answer it, our last number might also go up if they identify something to do right now.
Keep trying. I like that. Get uncomfortable. Build in more time for relationships and trust. Get a new job. Interesting. Do tell.
Not give up.
I like that. Find ways to seed power. That's spot on.
Listen more, learn more. Heard that theme throughout.
I love this. Try something, make mistakes, learn and do better. I think we heard that a lot this afternoon. Challenge my org to seed power in the partnerships that are currently being developed. Very interesting. Now, this is great. Relinquish more power.
Yeah. Making new connections. Definitely heard a lot about creating those transformational relationships.
Vision, land, justice in my life and at my work. I love that. Interesting. Question my conventional education. Be bold in tackling issues.
Just gonna say that one. Be bold.
No, sorry.
No, I got you.
I'll see power. Go ahead.
That's great. And if you're a percolator like myself and nothing immediately is coming, again, that Padlet, we're going to share all these responses, but that Padlet's there for you as well.
Thank you so much for sharing these. These are really inspirational. I know they reflect a lot of what I'm feeling inside. Yep. That's nice. Yeah. So how are we gonna do the photo?
Yeah, we're gonna take a group photo. So I'm relying on our fabulous people in the background to figure out how to do the photo, but if everyone can turn their video on.
All right, everyone give a smile and wave on 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we got it. Oh, that is awesome.